the gang is all here.
Yay, except for Craig.
Yeah, he's not going to make it. So,
First casualty.
yeah, well,
Wait,
yeah, it's a brutal game.
It didn't even survive character creation. Must be traveling.
It's Traveler, yeah. Um, so we'll do a little bit of housekeeping. Um, this is the first time any of you have played at my table, so you get the long speech. So buckle up. The long speech is, my name is Reese. They call me Reese because that's what my name is. Doesn't matter how fast you say it, how slow you say it, what language you say it in. It's never going to sound like B. Dave Walters. So if that's what you're expecting, don't. Uh, Pendragon is in a fictionalized version of a fictionalized universe. This is our version of the Arthurian universe. It has many of the same things. A lot of the same things. A lot of things that happen in this world you will recognize. Some of you may even participate in. This game is a cooperative game. You guys are all on the same side, and I get to play all the good guys. But this is a cooperative storytelling game that we play together. And it's not me versus you. It's you versus the environment that I get to control. There are a lot of aspects of the Pendragon game. We're going to introduce a few of them, including battles, large battles, small battles, and then also just individual fights. We're not going to get into very much the feasting and the courtly stuff. This is for a number of reasons. One of them is that the book for that hasn't come out yet. The GM guide is coming out later this year, I think March. But I do have some of the stuff from the previous versions. I haven't loaded it into Roll20 yet, but I will talk a little bit about that when we get to that particular point. You guys are playing a variety of different characters. Normally, when you play in the 6th edition, you all start as Kimrick Knights. However, you guys get to play a variety of different knights in this one because there is no king. Uther has his untimely demise was a few years ago, 12, 14, something like that. And Britain, the County of Logres and everything has pretty much gone to pot. And so they are trying to correct that. The last thing is I do watch Discord. I've got it on a second monitor. So, if I see people kind of talking over one another, I'll try to control and corral that. Everyone should get, this is a safe place. Everyone should get a chance to participate to the extent that they are comfortable. So if you don't feel like you're getting enough time in the limelight or whatever, let me know, and we can address that. If I am doing or saying anything that makes you unable to enjoy the game, please let me know. I will be happy to correct it. If another player is doing or saying anything that makes you unable to enjoy the game, please let me know, and I will correct it. As I said, we're all here on our free time. This is what we do for leisure, and the only way that we can really lose is to stop having fun. So, that's the long speech.
I agree to all of that.
All right. The stunned silence had me worried.
I was waiting for the short speech too.
No, the short speech is just a reminder of to let me know if you're not having fun. If it's something I'm doing or something someone else is doing. But anyway, I have added a few handouts that might at the top under helpful handouts that will come into play later on. But there's these things are coming to play, and it's one of those things that's harder to get your head around in all of this. But let's go over the character sheet very quickly. And it's been a while since I've done this, but I'm going to choose Dame Tamura here. And can you all see her character sheet in front of you?
Yes.
Did it pop up?
Yep.
All right. So, character name. Figure that one out. Distinctive form. This is what I was saying. You can see she's got average appeal of 10, but she's got a graceful build, but she has green eyes, which is not really looked on very well in Arthurian times. There's something kind of weird with her. Her lord is Lady Vivian, and she's a household knight as opposed to a mercenary knight or maybe even not even knight, maybe a squire or whatever. She is a pagan. Most knights in this game are Christian. Um, she has a heraldry and everything, which is a lot of fluff. But then I'm going to scroll down to where we get to the personality traits. She is fairly lustful, and as much as lustful she is, she can't be that much chaste. So each of these pairs will always add up to 20. If for some reason you were to increase, if she was to increase her temperate to 11, then her indulgent would go down to 9, because when one goes up, the other goes down. But not only that, she has a 16 in proud, and in spiritual, and in valorous. That means she is famously proud, she is famously spiritual, and she is famously valorous. So if there's ever a time when I need to ask for a roll against that particular pair, she will always roll proud first, and only if she fails proud will she see if her modesty was coming through. The passions, and this is one of the things that Roll20 doesn't do as well as Foundry does, but I'm only learning Foundry right now. But the passions are things that drive her. She's very honorable. Her homage to her Lady Vivian, is strong, as is love of her family. She's devoted to the goddess Diana, and to some extent, she knows her place, which is what station is, and hospitality. She knows the rules of court, kinda. So what do these mean? What do they do? So the personality traits, there will be situations where you're at a feast and there's really succulent pork passing around, and I may ask for an indulgent or a temperate to see if you just like hog it all, or get drunk or whatever. Passions, there's times when something is happening and you feel, and you really want, this to work, or this is a real keystone moment in your character development, and maybe in this case, Dame Tamura is fighting off against a very religious Christian knight. And so she will invoke her passion to her devotion to Diana and say, okay, we're going to show this Christian knight what's what. So she will try to invoke her passion, and that's done by clicking on the D20 to the right. She may or may not have a modifier, and she rolled a 17, and her threshold is a 10. This is a roll under game. So if you're getting used, if you like rolling high rolls, this is not the game for you. But at a 17, that is a fail. She's having a bit of a crisis of faith, and so she must roll her passion for her devotion to Diana again, and she fails once again, which is the best outcome that there could be here, because it will pass. She's going to go into a bit of a melancholy later on. Really, I can't believe that Diana abandoned me. It's just she'll be kind of sad. And the first time that your character goes into a melancholy, and it will happen, you'll be known for being very passionate, and you'll gain glory for going to a melancholy. Had I succeeded in my initial roll, gotten a 9 or less, then I would have become impassioned, and I would choose one of the skills that I'm going to be using this. So maybe this is a duel with this Christian knight, and we're using swords. And so my sword skill would get a +5 to it for basically the scene. And that will come up, and we'll talk about how that works in a little bit, but just know that is the case. What if I'd rolled a 10? Well, not only did I succeed, I crit. If you ever hit the number you need, that is a critical in this game. So in this game, you want to roll as high as possible without going over. And as high as I can roll without going over is a 10. So if I had crit that, then I would get a +10 to my sword skill for the scene, which is nice. we'll talk about, we'll incorporate that into more. I'm just doing the death by fire hydrant right now. But I want to talk to you about what each of these things do. We'll go to the right here. We got characteristics, size. How big a girl are you? Dex. This is an important thing. If you take a hit, your dexterity is going to be determined whether you stay on your feet or stay on your horse. It's good to stay on both. But dexterity comes into play a lot. Strength. How strong are you? Constitution. How many hits can you take? And appeal. Are you good looking? Are you scarred? Do you have red hair, which is terrible in Arthurian times? Things like that. Below that are a bunch of derived values. Your hit points are going to be your constitution plus your size. Your knockdown is your constitution. A major wound, your knockdown is your size. A major wound is your constitution. Your unconsciousness is going to be I think it's 1/5 of your 1/4, something like that. It's based off your hit points. The more hit points you have, the bigger this number is, but the bigger the delta between the hit points and this will be. Movement, we don't use a whole lot, but it's also a direct value. Armor points, what you wearing? So you have 10 points of armor and a shield that gives you another 6 points. And the reason it's not just written as 16 is because sometimes you don't get your shield in the way. And when that happens, you only have 10 points of armor. Current glory, this is based during character creation and everything. And your healing rate is how much you will heal if you are wounded, which you will be. But, and since we're talking about wounds, over here in hit points and wounds, anytime you get wounded, you're going to add a wound. So wound number 1. I took 4 points of damage, and this was from falling off my horse. All right, and then I've got wound. Now I've got wound number 2, where I only took 2 points of damage, and this was from being hit with a dagger or the punch or something like that. So you track each wound separately, and your current hit points will go down. So I'm down 6 hit points right now, so I'm at 23. So why do we track these separately? And that's because in this game you want death by paper cuts, not death by chainsaw. If you are wounded, someone can try a first aid roll on you, or someone can try, or if you're really wounded, someone can try a surgery roll on you. Now, none of you have any skills in surgery because knights don't do surgery. That's just not a knightly thing. Therefore, we don't worry a whole lot about it. Anyway, so let's say you're in battle, you've taken a wound. We're now at the squire phase, and you're like, Squire, bandages. So you'll go down to your squire roll, and you roll it. He's got a skill of 14. I get a 6. Yay! So this first wound here has been treated. It cannot be treated again, but I get to heal my healing rate. And so my hit points will go up by what I just get healed. And, maybe later in the day, someone else does a first aid on me. I can't do it on myself because I get like a -10. And that first aid failed. Well, I get hit by a dagger. It's been treated, but it didn't improve at all. And over time, the course of a week or whatever, you have natural healing as well. But again, just kind of doing, I'm not expecting you to master all this right now. I just wanted to give you some examples so that you can see how things work. Skills. Awareness. What do you know what's going on around you? Chirurgy. There are certain things that you do that just aren't knightly. And chirurgy is one of them. In fact, if you get caught doing the chirurgy, you might lose honor. So that's why we all have a 0. This is like NPC skill. Compose. Can you come up with a poem or a song or a story or a speech to introduce yourself as a DM? Courtesy. Do you know your way around? Are you generally, do you know how to properly address people? Dancing. Are you a big fan of the Kinks? Falconry. Are you raising falcons and everything? Fashion. This is wrong. This is absolutely wrong. Because fashion starts at your appeal -5. So she has a fashion of 5. First aid, treating wounds, flirting. This comes into play, especially at feasts and things like that. If you find someone that you are smitten with, you may flirt with them. Folklore. How well can you deal with the common folk? There are some common folk, and sometimes you deal with them, sometimes you don't. Gaming. This is generally cards, dice, whatever. Hunting. Let's go find a boar. Intrigue. This is your ability to uncover secrets. Hey, did you hear that Arthur was sleeping with his half sister? What? No way. Yeah. Literacy. Knights aren't literate. I think one of you might be literate because I think one of you is a Roman knight, and those are the only knights that have some literacy to them. The only other way for a knight to get literacy is if your family is known as readers. But for the most part, it's 0. R8, tell a story, play instrument. Again, should be appeal -5, and because I did not create this character, I'm guessing what this is supposed to be. It's kind of weird. Recognize. This is, hey, that person over there, that's Sir K. That lady over there, that's not Sir K. Things like that, or seeing standards, seeing the heraldry that's on the field and knowing what knights are there and recognizing which knights are not there. Religion, depending on your religion. Singing, yes. Stewardship. In this game, almost all knights are heirs. And that's going to be under holdings. No. Is another character? There's a checkbox. Anyway, there's a checkbox somewhere that says whether or not you're an heir. You're all heirs. Which means at some point, you're going to have your own lands. Which means you're going to have vassals, and there's going to be bad things that happen, and how well did you get them to the winter, and things like that. And that's all done on stewardship. Unless you're really, really lucky and you get married, and then your husband or your wife will take care of the running of the lands while you're gone. Then we have our combat skills. Battle. There's a lot going on, and this is the best way to address it. Bows. Dame Tamura is really good with a bow. Not going to help her a lot, because for a knight to attack another knight with a bow, very, very, very cowardly, very not done type thing. And this should be dex. This should not be at 0. These shouldn't be 0s. There should be a base dex. But anyway, knights don't use bows against other knights. Knights can use bows if they're in a siege and they are fighting or shooting outside the walls. Knights can use bows if they're hunting. But against other knights, they don't use bows. Brawling, this is, Clint Eastwood, every which way but loose. Charge. So this is what happens at the beginning of a lot of battles. This is what's going to happen at the beginning of our first battle today, in which everyone runs at one another top speed and tries to hit them with sticks. Now, your charge is based on your ability to hold a spear, ride a horse, all that neat stuff. If your charge is higher than your horsemanship, in this case it's not, then the lower number is going to come into play here. Crossbows, same thing. Hafted, these are like maces, axes, things like that. Two-handed, half-handed, these are like maces and axes that have 2 hands. Horsemanship, how well can you ride a horse? If you're on a horse and you get hit pretty hard, this horsemanship's going to be how well you can stay on the horse. Or if you get knocked off, did you dismount gracefully or did you fall on your face? Horsemanship also comes into play if your horse gets shot, in which case you got to keep control of it. And so there'll be modifiers to how well you do that. Spears are sometimes used instead of swords, and swords are the big thing. And knights are mounted swords and boards. I mean, that's kind of how they do. That's their bread and butter. And if your swords, and again, if you're on horseback and your sword skill is higher than your horsemanship skill, then your horsemanship skill will be what we use here. Throwing weapon, guess. All right, brawling damage. Is she really a 5? I don't think so. Yeah, she is. So your base damage is your size and your strength divided by 6. So this is 28 divided by 6. That's 5.6. So yeah, so her brawling damage, she'll do 5 points of damage. Her open hand, that's in case she's pulling her punches. Her character damage is 5d6, and critical damage will always be 46. When she's charging with the lance, it does the horse's damage for the charge, which is 66. And her dagger is 5 plus 2d6. But the thing is, her arming sword and her spear both do 5d6 damage. Most of you only do 4d6 damage because for most of you, your size plus strength is somewhere around the 24 area. All right. So that's the character sheet. As much as we're probably going to use it, the holdings and stuff will come into play in the winter session. It is my fervent passion that we will get to the winter session tonight because that's the fun part. It's when we do taxes. But that's how your character advances. So we're gonna take a break at about the 2-hour mark. About the 3-hour mark, I'm going to kind of see where we're at and plan the last hour accordingly because I'm going to leave at least 20 minutes at the end to do winter phase. So that is that. Who still wants to play?
Me.
Me.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Are you saying winter or winter?
Winter.
Winter. Okay.
Arthur is known as the Winter King, at least according to Bernard Cromwell. Anyway. It has been years since Uther Pendragon has passed. And in those years, what used to be the realm of his older brother, the last High King of England, Aurelius, has taken to infighting. It's become weakened. Heathens are fighting at the corners. Everyone's trying to set up their own little fiefdom. Saxons are a problem. The Gauls are barely holding off the Franks over in the mainland, and occasionally you get Frankish raiders even here. But something needs to be done. And it is the year of our Lord 510. And there is going to be a big tournament held in Londinium. Londinium is bigger than any place you guys have ever been. As knights, as I believe one of you has yet to be knighted, Kawalian.
Yep.
You guys, you work for your liege lord. I believe one of you is a mercenary knight. So you work for hire and everything. You don't spend a lot of time in the cities. And so this is very much a fish out of water situation for you. But as you approach Londinium, this is, only Holy Rome herself is bigger than this town as far as you're concerned. This is just massive. And it's a little overwhelming, but you guys are getting set in. There is to be a great tournament to determine who will become the King of England. And as you guys arrive, I'm just going to go top to bottom. So, Brandon, as you arrive, tell us about your character.
Well, as you mentioned before, my character is a little bit atypical. I am the son of a sergeant who served Count Roderick of Salisbury back before the anarchy, and although not of noble blood, I have long dreamed of one day becoming a knight, and I have managed to serve as squire to a knight of Sarum. Now a young esquire in search of a lord, I ride forth in my father's ancient armor to make a name for myself and earn my spurs. I have nothing to lose and everything to gain. I come from the humblest origins to stand amongst the greatest knights in the land.
All right.
That is straight from my character sheet.
And that is our friend Cadwallon. Now, Cadwallon, Sir Roderick is one of the larger landholders in Salisbury, and a major player throughout all of this story. He has a number of household knights and people in his service. He does not always looking for more. And so you're trying, like I said, you're trying to make a name for yourself and everything. And he's giving you the opportunity to do so now. It is the day before the day before the Grand Melee, which you understand is going to be a bunch of people on horses beating each other with sticks.
That's what I came for.
Yeah. You are, you're passingly religious, but and you are a Christian, yes.
Yes.
But you are an esquire. So normally you get paged at 7, and for 7 years you get to do all the shit work, and then you become a squire, and for 7 years you're a squire before you become knighted. Some people, even after they hit 21, are not knighted, and they become esquires. And that is what Cadwallon is. But please roll me a d20. And if you don't know how to roll in Roll20, on the left-hand side, there's a bar. You can click the die at the bottom and roll, a d20, or you can type into chat /R 1d20. So you roll an 18. And you are, as you are going through Londinium, your stomach starts to rumble just a bit, and you drop into this little mom and pop shop. And as anyone who travels anyone who travels a lot, you know that you want to eat where the locals eat, and you want to have, you don't want to go to the chain restaurants. This is the type of place you want to find. And having found a place like this, you get a nice shepherd's pie, locally brewed ale, and your next trait or skill roll is going to be at a +5.
Oh, excellent.
And I'll talk about how that works here in a bit. But after that, we have Sir Avaloc. Madeline.
Hey, hi. I'll be playing Sir Avaloc. I was raised in the city of Carleone, which is the inheritor of the ancient traditions of Rome, which also means that I don't want to brag, but I am just barely literate. Not many people can say that. I'm also the captain of the city watch, so I'm actually used to being around in urban environments and such, but usually I'm a little bit more used to being up on the walls instead of in the city itself. I do take my duty seriously, but I do tend to feel stifled by the strict traditions of my family and my fellow peers. I still will serve my city and the people, but it just means I'm going to be making some wisecracking jokes.
So gallows humor, the things that you find around, groups of people that are used to an unpleasant job, and after today, you'll never really think of yourself as a member of the City Watch, because now that you've seen what a city really is, you're barely more than a shepherd, compared, comparably speaking. And can you please roll me a d20? So you too find yourself with your stomach grumbling and everything, and you look around, and there is a street vendor, introduces himself as CMO T. Dibbler, and he is selling meat on a stick. you don't think to ask about what the meat is, because it was the right price. And you will lose 1 point of constitution for the rest of the day, but it will come back overnight. You'll get better, so don't worry too much about it now.
It smelled good, but it tasted funny.
I didn't know they had Taco
Yeah,
Bell in
I mean,
medieval times.
exactly. It's Taco Bell. It sounds good until you're done. uh, Sir Clarion Luke.
Yes, hello. So, well, where I think at least Cadwallon is not a typical, knightly character. I think Sir Clarion is like the most typical knightly character you could get. Uh, he's a knight of Logra. I'm very bad at my
I
well
I, I call it
pronunciation.
Logris, but
Logris. Yeah, I tried to Google some of these the other day because I was like, how am I going to pronounce it? Riddichan? But, Welsh is simply not my strong suit. I apologize. But Sir Clarion is distantly related to legendary Duke Vortimer, who is somebody I've read about a bit, just out of curiosity. So, yeah, I mean, his main goal is to prove himself worthy of his heritage, maybe see Britain united behind a high king once again, just the noble knightly goals, gain glory along the time is certainly not a bad thing. And he this year he's fighting as a mercenary knight, the one you might have mentioned before. He fights for King Lodengrace of Cameliard, who is supposed to be an honorable and just king. So I think Clarion is happy where he is right now.
I mean, Sir Clarion is making a little bit of a name for himself. He's got close to 2,000. Oh, he's got a little over 2,000 glory, making him one of the more glorious of the knights present here. So he's making a name for himself, and King Leodegrace is, you're on kind of a trial basis. He might find a use for you, but he's happy to have you in his service. And finally, we have Sir Quain, or
Okay. Dame
Gwynhild.
Quinhild. Yes. She doesn't like being called Dame Quinhild. She likes being one of the boys. Also, none of these people can pronounce her name correctly. So, she comes from County Berwick as part of the Saxon population there, and they support the Cymric lords of Logris. My father saw fealty to King Uther, and I'm part of an all-Saxon bodyguard maintained by the Sheriff of Londinium. As is traditional for the Nordic peoples, we are very proud of our ability as bodyguards, and we are very strong and loyal to that task. Many of my relatives have converted to Christianity, but I still follow the old ways, so Woden is my guy. And it says I speak loudly and carry a big axe. She's a larger than life type of character. So.
All right. So, her preferred pronouns are axe to the face, but
Absolutely.
So
but
Cadwallon may take issue with her. I have a hate of Saxons, and I'm
you do have a hate of
Christian,
Saxons.
so I can sense that we are going to meet in the grand melee at some point.
She'll be fine with that.
You do have a hate of Saxons, like all good Cymric knights do. If we get to a point where we create our own characters, all Cymric knights start with a hate of Saxons. However, it's one of those things that I hate Saxons, but not my Saxon.
Right.
So she's one of the good guys. There was a time when a certain portion of the Saxons did swear their fealty to Logris and moved to Salisbury, or moved to the county of Logris. And so they're still Saxons. They're still big boys, but they're more Cymric in their culture and everything. But I forgot to have
Oh, yeah.
Sir Clarion roll me a d20. Um, so, Sir Clarion, you come into Londinium, and you are kind of very confident in your ability. You're a mercenary. You're not like these other knights that have never really been in the city before. You've had to go on job interviews and things like that, and kind of how the streets and everything are laid out. So you don't ask for directions or anything. Um, like a good man. And you get completely lost. And the stench of Londinium, the narrow streets, the surprise dead ends and everything, and you spent almost the entire day just trying to figure out how to get out of town again. Um, and then Dame ain't gonna try it.
Is that me?
Uh, D20, please. Yep. 5. Like all good Kimricks, they don't like Saxons here. And as you are going through town, most people are getting out of your way because you're bigger than they are, and you've got this bloody great axe. Um, but you also are aware of your size and try to not run people over and everything. As you are walking through the streets, there is a couple of children that dash out in front of you, um, and you have to stop and almost knock them over. And they look up at you wide-eyed and terrified, as they're afraid that you're going to strike them down for stopping your progress and everything. And as you are walking away from there, you find that a thief has pickpocketed you and taken a few denarii from you.
This bodes well.
So, did they not start you off with gold here? Nah. So you've lost a little bit of your pocket change, but it's getting on in the afternoon, and you guys are, fixing to get back to your camp and everything, and all of you find yourself just outside of town. At a small church.
I'm
And
a Christian church.
it is, yes. All the pagan churches have been upgraded. But you are in the. I had the cathedral. You all run into each other for the first time, at the Cathedral of St. George, I believe, but St. Paul's Cathedral, a massive Roman basilica on the courtyard, but in the courtyard just outside is a remarkable sight. There is a sword driven into an iron anvil set upon a rock. The rock bears an inscription. However, only one of you has a chance to read it. So, my literate Sir Avalok, would you like to roll a literacy?
Well, I'm gonna try.
All you gotta do is click on the thing. Yeah, it's in an ancient script. It's in old English. You don't really know it that well. But seeing you standing over it and trying to mouth out the words, a priest will walk up and say, "Oh, I see you have some learning. This is it. This is the fabled sword in the stone. The the inscription here, as I'm sure you know, says, "Whosoever pulls this sword from the stone is rightwise the king of all Britain." And as he's talking to you about that, uh, it was this one, yeah. Sir Clarion, can you give me a spiritual roll?
Ooh, okay. Maybe. Like I'm rolling it wrong. Oh no, I just rolled it multiple times.
Maybe take the
There you
critical.
So, so it looks like you rolled the first time and you failed.
Yeah, sorry, I think I'm
Um,
lying.
yeah, but the second time, so what happened is you click spiritual and then a text box picked up, and you put some number in there. Um, and what that did is that added to the threshold, the
I
13.
see. Right. I was
Or
like, well, it didn't
looks
work
like you
this
had,
time. Let me just try to add my skill to the modifier. Nope.
yeah. So you added 13 to the threshold, and what that made the threshold was a 20 was what that made that threshold was a 26. And it's hard to roll a 26 on a d20. Um, so the way that this works is once you get above 20, the critical starts backing down. So on a 21, a critical is a 19 or 20, and on 22, it goes down to 18. So that's just for your knowledge. However, in roll 20, like in this case, you would have critted on basically a 14 or above, and you rolled a 16. So this just basically says 20 is as big as you can get. 20 is the threshold. You critted, but um, we'll go ahead and take the success, but not the crit here. Um, as this is being and so uh, in this case, you would put a check mark next to spiritual, or if it didn't put one there already, probably did.
It doesn't look like it did.
That's right.
Yeah, but
Yeah, you can put a check mark next to spiritual.
So this would be
But
similar to like
as
Call of Cthulhu to do your upgrades. Is that how this works?
very similar, yes. So when you succeed at something, you have the chance to advance it during the winter phase, not at the end of the session, but at the end of the year.
Ah, nice.
And that's one of the ways that you build up. You build up other ways too, and we will jump off that bridge later. But Sir Clarion, you see an old man, haggard, flowing tattered rose, and a crazy twinkling in his eyes. And you think this must be the magician Merlin. Um, so so we're gonna talk a little bit about how we're gonna do the next roll. So the next roll is going to be a trusting versus suspicious roll. However, there's a modifier to it, called a reflexive modifier. So I don't think any of you are famously trusting or famously suspicious. Cadwallen's not.
I'm not.
yeah, I'm
Not
even.
okay.
Yeah,
So that's just a
50.
Even?
score over 16, or 16 or
Yeah,
higher.
16 or above. 16 or above, you're famously whatever. Okay. So Merlin is not a Christian. Merlin is not a part of Uther's realm. In fact, there are some that say that Merlin caused Uther's death. So you guys are going to roll trusting and suspicious. Since you're not well, you might be. This is going to have what's known as a reflexive modifier, which gives you a +5 to one and a -5 to the other. In this case, you're going to get a -5 to trusting and a +5 to suspicious. If that puts your suspicious at least a 16, you'll roll suspicious first. Uh, and so that's where you'll put that 5 in, Luke, the modifier. So if you click on suspicious, the text box will come up, and you'll roll, and it'll say 5. And if you fail that, then you can roll trusting, and that's going to be at a -5. So when the box comes up, you put in a -5. Now, if this +5 modifier does not put you to at least 16 suspicious, you get your choice of trusting or suspicious.
Right. I'm at 10 and 10, so I would have a choice.
Okay. So would you like to be trusting or suspicious of this old man?
I mean, I'm trying to think that is a choice. I think Sir Clarion is a chivalrous guy. I think it's best to think the best of people until you've known or really, politicked otherwise.
All right. So you will roll a trusting, but it'll be at a -5.
And I just put like a dash in there for the negative, and that'll work.
Yep. Mm-hmm. All right. So you see how you used to have a 10 as your threshold? Now it's a 5. It doesn't matter because you failed either way. You failed your trusting roll, and so now you get to roll your suspicious, which is going to be at a +5.
Oh.
You're really not certain what to think of the old man. And then we'll do Cadwallon. Will the -5 +5, will that put you
No.
at okay. I'm not going to make you burn your good meal on this one if you don't want.
I don't think I would burn it on this one.
Yeah.
Oh well, I trust this guy.
So yeah, you trust this guy. You you know that um that Merlin is one of the last of the old druids, and though his ways are often inscrutable, he has Britain's interests at heart. What about Dame Quinild?
She is inclined to like people unless they prove she should otherwise, so I'm going for trusting first. So I've put the -5 in the modifier.
Yep.
I failed. So now I go to
Suspicious?
and I put in a +5 and submit. Success. All right, she's suspicious of him. Her family are loyal to Uthar, and they've talked of the possibility that he was involved. So,
you know that Merlin is literally the spawn of the devil, and it was his machinations and schemes that good King Uther met his demise. Sir Avalok.
I think I'd be more likely to be trusting. I have 10 and 10. Can I ask,
Okay.
what determines which one got the +5 and which one got the -5?
In this case, it's the fact that Merlin is in a Christian graveyard. So that was part of the scenario.
So it's like you're more prone to being suspicious in the first place.
Yeah, and also, Merlin is considered an enemy of the people because he might have caused Uther's death. Okay, and then you can roll your suspicious at a +5. Yeah, this old man shouldn't be here. There's nothing good that's going to come from this.
These other old men is one thing, but that one, not here.
Yeah, that old man in particular, bad news.
I don't know what you're talking about. This guy seems perfectly fine. He may have wisdom that could help me to achieve my goals this day.
Yes. And Sir Avalok, marked suspicious. Sir Quain marked suspicious. Cadwallon marked you're trusting. And we'll like I said, we'll get to that later. But this is our introduction to London and everything. We have the sword in the stone. Anyone know the name of the sword of the stone?
Is it Excalibur?
It is not.
Is it
I knew it.
sword?
Sword McSwordface. No, not that either.
First name
Arthur
sword,
will-
last name in the stone.
Yeah. So in Arthurian legends, Arthur wields two different swords. He wields Excalibur, which everyone knows about, mostly goes in the movie.
Yep.
And that is the one given to him by the Lady of the Lake, her hand clad in shearing, same height, yada yada yada. The sword in the stone is actually the sword called Clarent, which has a similar etymology as Excalibur, but this is the sword Clarent. But I'm sure that won't come into play.
Not at all.
But you guys are in luck as the next day the melee begins. And there's not a lot of artwork in the book, so I've tried to put a couple more there. And apparently I just lost one of the tokens. Oh well. I'm gonna bring them
down
over.
already.
Yeah, well, I want to bring them over to here. Now, unlike in Dragonbane or Dungeons and Dragons or other things, there's not a lot of positioning in this game. It's more like Call of Cthulhu in that you are, you get to kind of act enough to move the story forward. And so, a lot of things we won't have grids. We won't have anything that really need to worry about. Am I so and so from here, or whatever. That's not. We don't get bogged down to that level of triviality because Pendragon is more about telling the story than it is about the mechanics of it all. And who am I missing? That's Cadwallon. No, it's not Cadwallon. I'm missing Cadwallon.
Nope, I'm up there.
No, not missing Cadwallon. Well, I'm on a different screen for you guys right now.
We're missing Madeline's character, I think. Maybe.
Yeah, I guess I've just been standing in front of this stone, listening to this priest drone on. Just like, yeah, seems like a good way to choose your monarchy.
All right.
Huh?
Yep. Every time he says amen, she mutters, "Hail Woden," under her breath.
Strange ladies lying in ponds. No way for a system government. All right. There, I got the tokens out there, so we can move you over. And just so you can quickly see, this is Londinium at the time of Arthur. It's huge. And the grounds are outside of town, I believe. Aldergate, Newgate. It's huge. I think it's L. Sure. Anyway, there's a map of London. That it does come with this. It didn't. So you guys are at the tourney the next day, and you are lucky. You're on the blue team. So basically, this tournament is probably going to last a couple of days. You were randomly divided into blue team and red team. You guys are all on the blue team, and you all are on the Conra of King Leodegrace, a very skilled leader. So let's talk a little bit about battle. But first, can I get everyone to give me an intrigue check? And this one you can use your +5 too if you'd like.
Okay. did use my plus on there. And failed.
And anyone else, everyone can roll me an intrigue here.
Success on a 2 from a 5.
Nice.
I'm just happy to be here.
It's just an honor to be nominated. But yeah, you guys are all fairly overwhelmed and everything. But I'm gonna go with Sir Quain because that's easier on me than Dame Quinold. Yeah. All right. One of the groups, and they happen to be on the red side, is King Lot. And him and his boys did not come here for second place. They are in it to win it, and they're probably the team to beat in this particular battle. And we will enter into our very first combat. Now, this is a large-scale battle. And when large-scale battles happen, several things occur. First, we find out the Conrad's morale. That will determine how many battle rounds you guys can stick it out before you need to retreat, get some Gatorade, things like that. Maybe heal some wounds. And then there is an intensity to the battle. The game master knows the intensity of each battle. This one is this whole sword tournament is more scripted than a lot of other things, and so the intensity is waived for this particular one. It'll come into play later. And the third is, we start talking about what we're going to do this round, who we're going to fight this round. So right now, as the game master, since you guys are new, I'm going to be nice. And you will primarily be going up against the Knights of Gore. However, you have the opportunity to change that. And how do we do that? I need you all to roll a battle skill.
So that's up, right? I see it.
Yep. It's so.
Oh, dear.
Cadwallon, you fumbled your battle. So, as none of you passed your battle skill, we go with the default setting, which is the Knight of Gore. The Knights of Gore are kind of like King Leo de Grace, and you guys, they're here to win, but they're not necessarily going to be the most vicious people here. So we will start off by determining what your morale is. Now, this is not a normal tournament. This is not a normal day. It's not every day you guys get to beat shit out of each other to become King of England. And becoming the King of England would be a great honor. So, I assume that we're all going to use our honor to determine the morale of this. So can you put into chat what your honor is? $15, $15, $15.
Wait,
I'm gonna guess
having a
15
Tempest,
for
I'm
everyone.
finding it. Where is it?
It's under passions.
It's passions, yeah. Should be top passion.
Yep. Same.
All right. So I'm going to take 15, and then I'm going to add 15. I'm going to add 15. I'm going to add 15. I'm going to get 60. I'm going to divide it by the number of players. I'm going to get 15. Surprise. Okay. However, because you all chose the same passion here, because I told you to, we are going to add 5 to that number. And so your starting morale is actually going to be 20. And you see at the top left, I've got the current morale is 20, right?
Yep.
Yep.
And this is round 1. Now, each round of these major battles represents about an hour. And kind of, the ebb and flow of what's going on, and you're fighting all these people and everything. So it's more, extracted microcosm of what's going on in the battle. As you are fighting the Knights of Gore, you will see, they are. So these are stern men from the King of Gore, far to the north. They may look a bit archaic, but they fight as well as any knights. And there is 4 knights, 1 for each of you. So just to let you know, had you passed your battle roll, I would have put a second type of knight out there, and you guys would have got to choose who you fight. Had you crit your battle roll, you might have got to fight King Lot himself.
It would be great honor in that.
Which, yes, it'd be a very honorable death. But we will let the dice determine who's going to make the dice determine. Cadwallon, will you please roll me a d6?
I will indeed.
All right. So the Knights of Gore have a 1d6 plus 3 morale penalty. So you're going up against these guys, and it will cost you 7 morale to do so. If at any point you don't have enough morale to continue, you will have to fall back to the back. So the first thing we do is we talk about our stance. There are 4 types of stances, but 3 that come into play. The 4th, not so much. The first, most common stance is Valorous. If you choose Valorous, you'll fight in 2 rounds, and you get to check Valorous. And at the end of 2 rounds, we see if you're dead, we see if the other person's dead. You can choose Prudent. If you choose Prudent, you only fight for 1 round. It will cost your Conra a D3 of morale. And the 1 round you fight, you can only fight defensively. The final way is Reckless. If you decide to go completely without Rec, you will increase the morale of your Conra by a D3. However, your very first round, you must also choose Reckless as how you're going to attack. And under the handouts, you see, help, somebody's attacking me. It will show you what happens when you attack recklessly and everything. So, I will go left to right. Sir Quain, what stance would you like to have in this battle?
If we're going with our best score, then she would be Valorous. She has a 16 for Valorous.
So would you have to take Valorous if you have a 16?
No. You do not have to take a even if you're famously Valorous, you do not have to take Valor here. In this case, there will be other times in which your Valor will be checked, like maybe you are challenged or something. Then, and that's more honor anyway. Then you would have to go Valorous first. But in these battles, you do not have to go with anything. So check Valorous, and you're going to fight for 2 rounds.
Okay. She could go Reckless. She's pretty high in Reckless as well. But okay. But I will go Valorous.
I'll be honest. The very first round of a battle is the best time to go Reckless.
All right, I'm going to go Reckless just because I think that's what this character's like. So, so she doesn't add anything to that. She just rolls it straight. Is that right?
No, you don't roll. You put a check mark there, and you'll get a chance to improve that at the winner phase.
Okay, so she's Reckless then.
All right, Sir Clarion, what stance would you like to take?
Yes, I don't think Clarion's one to be outdone, and I think we've been waiting for this for a long time. He would definitely enter recklessly.
All right. Cadwallon.
Well, Cadwallon is waiting. He has nothing to lose and everything to gain. He's been waiting for this moment. He will be reckless as well.
All right. And why did you come up? Oh, because I picked the wrong. Sir Avalock.
Can I tell that my fellow compatriots are all going in recklessly?
You can't, but um, it's early morning, day one of the tournament. Let's kill someone.
Yeah, I'm swinging my sword over my head like a madman. So you could probably read the body.
Yeah, you
language
know what
there.
I see everybody's kind of got like a glint in their eye, and I'm always one for the team, so I'll also go reckless.
All right. So if you all will type /R1D3, your morale will go up by that number. So I got a 2, a 3.
Oh shit.
We did R/.
What did I do
That was
wrong?
close.
Ah, okay.
So,
I
see,
only
Sir
said it 'cause I've done that
Avalock is.
before. Nope.
Yeah.
Oh shit, did
Hey,
it
you got
again.
I did
one.
say I was barely literate, right?
If
Sir
this was in
Avalock's
Latin-
barely.
Yeah, can you roll it in
Yeah.
Roman numerals? It'd be a lot easier.
It's.
VD.
Did I type it wrong? No. It's /R1D3.
Slash
There we go.
space 1D3. Hey, there we go. Oh, I got 3.
So you would normally gain 10 back here, but 20 was what you started with, so 20 is as high as you can get.
Oh, okay.
All right. So because this is the first round of a battle of a brand new day, we get to charge, which is great. Which is also great because that means the going reckless isn't going to hurt you. Normally, when you go reckless, the first round you have to attack recklessly, which means your opponents will get a +5 to their hit, and no one gets the benefit of a shield. That's why the shield and the armor are different. But I believe that all of you have a higher dexterity than the Knights of Gore, so my people will declare first. We're going to charge you. So let's go down the row here. And there's not going to be any modifiers on this particular one because you're both charging one another. You're both using lances, and you're both on horseback. It's even. So Sir Quain, go ahead and click charge and just do your regular charge.
Nice.
All right. So the Knight of Gore charges you and strikes your shield, and and you're not used to using lances. You like your battle axe and everything, and you get a little bit off kilter, and so he manages to hit you. He does 18 points of damage, or at least he would do 18 points of damage. But this is not a go kill people. This is a go beat them bloody type thing, and so these are rebated weapons. Which means they only do about half damage. So you're only going to take 9 damage, which is not enough to get through your armor. Now you failed, so you didn't even get the benefit of your shield, but you have 10 points of armor, so this isn't even going to scratch you. And then Sir Clarion, same thing. Go ahead and click on your charge. Charge. Yeah. Submit.
Oh, yikes.
Oh, my.
So, Sir Clarion, are you finding charge okay?
Oh, yeah, sorry. I had to run.
If you go down to weapon, you'll see like spear, sword, and it goes off your charge skill. If you click on the die to that, it rolls the die and the damage at the same time.
Wait, so I'm not rolling the combat skill, I'm rolling the weapon skill?
Yeah, under the weapon part.
Oh, okay. With like just next to 66.
Yes.
Uh, I rolled my combat skill.
That's fine.
That's what I was about to roll.
And honestly, you'll see when I rolled mine, I also rolled my combat skill because it didn't have the damage built in. I had to roll the damage separately. But once again, Sir Clarion, first day, new battle, and you just miss landing a blow, but your opponent does manage to hit you, and he does 21 points of damage, which 1 point will actually get through your armor, as you did not get your shield around in time. So you will add 1 wound to yourself, and because you got hit so hard, I need you to. Actually, I don't think I do, because what's your size?
14.
All right, so the 11 is not bigger than your size, so you don't need to make a knockdown check. Next up, Sir Avalok. All right, so Sir Avalok and I both hit, or do we? See, in this case, we both have a success, but I have what's known as a partial success because although I hit Sir Avalok, my number rolled is lower than her number or his number rolled. Therefore, mine doesn't count. But I did get my shield in the way and everything, so the 6 damage that you do just bounces off of my shield, and we get to continue from there. Nothing really, no harm, no foul. But both of our lances will break on this pass. And finally, Cadwallon.
Let me show you how it's done.
Oh,
Yeah. And once again, we both succeed. And once again, Cadwallon's success is greater than my success, and therefore your strike hits me. Again, you do 8 points of damage, which is not enough to hit my knockdown, and it's not enough to get through my armor. But now we are, kind of in this big mass swarm of, horses and horse shit and blood and sweat and stuff. And so we will switch to our swords for the second round. Now, because we are on horseback with our swords, and we've got our shield in our hand, we will have a -2 to our sword skill. And again, if anyone's horsemanship is less than their sword skill, which I don't think anyone's is, then you would use your horsemanship skill. But in this case, we'll go down the line. We'll go right to left this time. So Cadwallon, give me a sword with a -2.
-2. Well, shit.
So again, rebated weapons. Again, you cannot get your shield up in the way. So you'll take 7 damage, which your armor will absorb. But this, you're really kind of, you're like, man, can we go back to lances? That was more fun. um, Sir Avalok, sword -2, please.
I'm gonna give the other Knight of Gore a cheeky little smile before I swing my sword.
You can, if you'd like, do you can if you like do reckless, but okay, you fumbled. And so the DM opens the book.
That's never a good sign, Madeline.
But that second, well, I'm used to it with Call of Cthulhu, but that second roll, it does it automatically? Is that what I understand?
Um, so
This is what I get
so
for smiling at them, I guess.
yes, yes, you were going for style points, and it may have cost you. So 131.
Fortune does not favor the cheeky.
All right. So I have a success, and you have a fumble. So you suffer damage minus your minus armor protection, but not your sword. So my damage is 25. Again, rebated weapons. So you'll take 13, which I think will just your armor will reduce 10 of that. So you'll take 3. And what is your size?
12.
So that is more than your knockdown. So give me a dex save. All right. You are not knocked off your horse, which is probably a good thing.
Very good thing.
But these guys hit hard. However, in all the commotion and everything, your smile quickly fades as you realize your sword is now on the ground. You will need to grab a spear or something to continue combat. We will go to Sir Clarion. Again with a -2.
Alrighty.
These Knights of Gore are quite skilled.
I thought we were all just here to have fun.
Not these guys.
We're here to have kings. What are you talking about? So, swords clash. Swords ring out, and you guys batter each other's shields and everything. But the Knight of Clarion definitely gets the better of you. But his rebated weapon does not make it through your armor. And you are successful. However, you do not actually. You do get your shield in the way, but you don't actually make a strike. And again, anything that you have passed, like your sword skill or whatever, make sure you check as we go along. And finally, we have Sir Quain. Sword -2, please.
2. Is 2. Submit.
And you cannot even get your shield in the way as the Knight of Gore swings and bashes at you. Thank God your armor is holding and his sword is rebated here.
Stupid sword. I want my axe.
Yeah. In the final round of this particular round of the battle, the Knights of Gore are all gonna go reckless. So what does reckless do? Well, that means you guys are going to get a +5 to hit them. So instead of the -2, you're going to get a +3. It means that no one at all, not you, not them, is going to get the benefit of the shield in defense. And if I win, I do an extra 2d6 damage. So that is our attack mode this time. You guys can continue with the normal attack. You can go defensive, whatever you want to do. But
if we go reckless for this one, then we would not get the +5, right?
No, you absolutely would. It's just I would too.
Okay. That cancel itself out.
Yes.
But
well,
then
not
it's
really.
The extra 2d6 you said?
Yeah, the 2d6 damage. Now, you guys have had a couple of passes and everything, and you may sit there and say, perhaps I should invoke one of my passions. For instance, Cadwallon.
Yes.
you you know you are here. You're trying to make a name for yourself.
For my family.
Um, you're getting beaten around or whatever. Um, so you could you know that you're an esquire and you're here fighting knights, so you could use like station because you're punching above your weight class and everything here. Um, your family's not really here in the audience, so that wouldn't be very good.
What about honor?
Honor. Uh, Usually, this is not the place that you would use honor. However, because of the importance of this tournament, I'll allow it.
Okay. So then
So
I
you
roll
can
passion.
yep. So you can roll the honor passion, and you succeed. So you get a check mark to that, and you become impassioned. So on your sword, then this turn, you will get a total of a +8. 5 because I'm reckless, and 5 because you are impassioned, and -2 because of the shield. So, while I'm thinking of it, I'll go ahead and attack you.
Well, I will attack you back with my impassioned sword.
Aha, and you needed all of that.
Yes, I did.
I will also attack at a -2 because of the shield. And I fail,
Take that.
which is good because I did a crap ton of
Yeah.
damage. And that's before the extra 2d6.
Right.
That's 29 on 5d6.
Oh,
So that would have hurt
yeah.
a lot.
My
But
armor would have blocked 7 of that.
yeah. But so yeah, you are successful and strike at the Knight of Gore, and you feel like you're getting back on even ground. And we will go to Sir Avaloc. Do you have a passion that you feel would be relevant for this?
I am going to invoke my passion of my station. Who do these knights think they are going up against the captain of the city watch, even if it's a small city?
Exactly. You are a knight, and you have worked your way up, and you deserve to go up even higher. So roll me a station, and you succeed. So you are also impassioned. So you're going to make a check mark next to that, and your sword will also be at a +8, which means that you crit on like a 18, 19, or 20.
And here's a question. Can I choose to go reckless as well?
If you'd like, sure.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna choose to go reckless. We'll be on an even playing field, but I would like to be able to do a little bit more damage if it does land.
We are all going without wreck at all.
So that's just +3, I believe.
Nope, it's still the +8, but I now get a +3 because I would normally get a +5 to attack you.
Yeah, okay.
Now this +3 isn't a +3 to my die; it's a +3 to the rolls I can get that give me a success.
And do I put anything in for damage modifier?
Not here, no. Ooh, so we both swing without any care or regard, but you hit seconds, just a blink of an eye faster than I do, and strike me. And I am unsuccessful at hitting you back. Now you'll roll an extra 2d6. So you do a total of 16 damage to me. And of course, as a knight, I have normal knightly armor, but it's not quite as good as what you've got. So 16 is 8. So he actually takes a wound from that. Not quite enough to knock him down, though.
Well, I'll show you to snub my friendly smile next time.
You were lured
Sir
here by
Clarion.
a false sense of security.
Yes. Well, passions. That's fun. I was thinking about that quite a bit. Um, Surprisingly hard to justify, but I'm wondering because Sir Clarion's sort of unlike his. He's trying to prove himself specifically to Leota Grace. Is he here with us on the field? Is he? I assume he's like on our team,
He's
presumably blue team.
he's not even he's not only here. He's the leader of your Conra.
That's what I thought.
You're not only on his team. He's right on the battlefield next to you.
Right. So I think my goal here is to like prove myself worthy specifically to him. I want money. I want it's station. I don't want to be on trial basis.
All right. So I'm going to let you roll the passion. I'm going to let you roll +3 because Sir Leota Grace or King Leota Grace is here next to you.
Oh, like the modifier? Ah.
Yep.
He's a just man.
All right. So that is a success. So you will have an additional +5. Would you like to attack without wreck, or are you attacking normally?
I think at this point, Clarion has absolutely no wrecks. This is the time, I feel like this feels like quite a, important moment to prove himself.
All right. So give me your attack with a +8. Can I do the? Very good hit. I'm playing with this to see if it works.
Oh,
Ooh!
oh my.
I think
But-
I noticed.
He did. You're like, Daddy, look at. Oh shit. I will do a couple things. First, I played with this, and I'll let you know. Sir Avalok, when you asked if there was supposed to be a damage modifier, I should have had you put the 2d6 in there. Because the 2d6, because I added it here, and you can see the 2d6 was added to the damage if you hover over that. But because I crit, and that's not right, I do an extra 4d6 damage.
Ooh, ooh.
4d6. How hard is it to type? You know what? I'm going to go over to the dice tray. I'm going to go to the dice tray. Where'd my dice tray go? There it is. And I'm going to go to the row 6, so I hit the 4 there, and that'll roll 46 for me. So I do 30 points of damage to you,
Nice.
which is a lot. But again, it's a rebated, so it only does 15. Because of the lack of wreck, you do not get your shield. So opponent critical, and you got a far success. Yeah. So your armor is 10.
Yes.
All right. So you're going to take 5 points of damage. And because you took 15 and your size is probably not 15,
Nope.
I need a dex save. All right. Give me a horsemanship check. All right. So you get knocked off of your horse. However, this isn't your first rodeo. You've been knocked off your horse before, and you are able to gracefully dismount and not taking damage from falling off your horse. And then finally we have Sir Quain.
So Queen is somewhat a little bit embarrassed because her family honor is at stake. She's known for her family are known to being great bodyguards and amazing fighters, and here she is. She's missed twice, so she's going to use love of family for a passion, if that's okay, and
Well,
she's going to go reckless.
your family's not really in the audience here, today,
No.
and they're not at risk. However, you are, fighting for
Maybe
Londinium.
the
You
or
know,
the honor of my family. So
so either your own personal honor or your homage to your lord. Either one of
okay,
those,
I'll
which
go
is
personal
the
honor.
same as your
Yep,
love family. But
personal honor. So that's just a straight roll.
yep.
Okay. Failed.
Oh,
Fuck. All
you're
right.
starting to get a little shaky. Roll your honor again. So, Sir Quain's having a bit of a crisis of faith. They're not really certain what's going on. Um, that's going to come into play later. But you're going to have a small bit of melancholy. Um, but in this case, in the long run, no harm, no foul. And so you will get the +3 because I am reckless. You said you were reckless as well.
So that's a +8.
No. It's only
Because
it's only
yeah,
+3
because
because I'm reckless. If you go reckless, then I also get a +3.
okay, so it's my sword with a +3.
Yep. And then under the damage modifier, you can put 2d6 there.
Two D6. Success.
We strike each other very, very well, but you strike me slightly weller. Um, and that has the 2d6 in there already, so 25 damage, meaning I take 12. My sword and my shield and everything is barely enough to block that such a strong. Oh wait, no, we both went reckless. I don't get my shield, so 13. So I take 6 points of damage, and 13 is more than my not more on my sides. They're big boys. But so I don't have the chance of being knocked down. And the battle's raging. It's really hard to say who's winning and everything when you hear a horn blow, and everyone kind of pauses, and they're like, "What? They're not. They're calling it already? That can't be." And if you want to roll me an awareness check, please. All right. Sir Quain, you're still wondering about how much your heart is really into this. Cadwallon and Sir Avaloc, you start hearing some murmuring going through the crowd and everything. Sir Clarion, you're trying to figure out where the hell your sword went, and where your horse went, and you're like calling your squire to bring you a new horse and everything, and you hear it in like Sir Avaloc and Sir Cadwall, or not Sir Cad, just Cadwall. You hear the boy pulled the sword, and it's just a murmurs, and people are like, what is he saying? And everyone heads toward the church, the Cathedral of St. Paul. Now the crowds start going that way. Everyone in the melee starts going that way. The other knights are getting suited up and mounted up and everything like that. The good news is 3 of the 4 of you are still on your horse, which is a great thing. So for the 3 of the 4 of you that are on your horse, please give me a horsemanship check.
The crowds
Uh-oh.
are
They're in the way.
spooking the horses.
So you're very curious as to what's going on and everything, but there is not, you're not so curious that you're going to trample over the peasantry, especially those of you that are guards here in Londinium and everything. Sir Clarion, you are amongst the peasantry and everything. You're trying to push your way forward, but it's hard going and everything. So you get to the gate going outside of London, and it's just this funnel of people, everyone trying to squeeze through this narrower passage and everything. You don't want to trample anyone, but god damn it, you're knights. Well, most of you are knights, and you deserve some respect. So this will be an opportunity for you to use some, either use your station to boost like your horsemanship or whatever, or you can use like a folklore to get people out of the way. How would you like to try to push your way through? And I'll go left to right. So, Sir Quain, how would you like to get through here?
I gotta shout at people.
All right.
Get out of the way, peasants!
Andre the Giant, everybody move. Give me go ahead and give me a station roll for your passion.
She failed.
Okay. So just give me a horsemanship check. Oh, critical. So it's good. It's a good thing you failed, because if you had passed your passion, then your horsemanship would have gone up to a 17, and that wouldn't be a critical. So, being a guard here, kind of a shortcut, like a guard's entrance that you can get through, and they let you through there, and you kind of catch up to the front of the pack here. How is Sir Clarion coming with the peasantry? What are you doing to try to get everyone the hell out of your way? There's definitely something going on.
Yeah, it's difficult when you're not on a horse and you've just been, gently knocked off your ass. So, that's a good question. I guess probably just trying to appeal to the fact that he is, a knight, heavily, well, not heavily, but, armored. I think that's pretty obvious. Maybe just try to gently push his way through. I don't know. I'm not on a horse.
Are we allowed to help each other? Could he come along behind one of us in the lee of our horses pushing through, or something like that? I don't know how the game works, so.
Yeah. I mean, you can try to help one another, but in this case, you guys started off on the same side, but you all knew that at some point it's going to be, every person for themselves. And right now, it's every person for themselves.
Okay.
But go ahead and give me a station roll. So that's good. So people are recognizing who you are and everything. So you can get a check mark on that. And I'm going to give you an awareness. You get the +5 from your station roll on that to try to find a way through there, or try to find peasants that are more likely to move out your way. It's still hard going. There's a lot of people here. Sir Avalok.
I'm gonna be kind of pushing through, but also kind of yelling and saying "Knight's business coming through. If you're not a knight, get out of the way."
Excellent. Give me a station roll. All right. So give me the horsemanship check. All right. So they're like, yeah, there's a lot of knights. There's a lot of us. We're trying. But you can see that that there are people ahead of you, and that you're not going to be among the first at the church, but you will eventually get there without trampling anyone to death, hopefully. And Cadwallon.
I will use station. I will, in a loud, booming voice, like Moses of old, clear the path, clear the way, and try to part this sea of peasants. And no.
Not even a knight.
Nope. Soon to be night coming through, and they don't even bother.
Knight in training. What, you mean squire?
We prefer to be called knights in training. Yeah.
But you also are finding it hard going to get through and everything. But the crowd has started chanting, the sword, the sword. And you see, ahead of you, King Leodegrace has galloped through the street and everything. Sir Coin is keeping up with him very well.
Make way for the king!
Yeah, and everyone, occasionally you'll see another knight trying to push through, and their horse will go down, and you do see a couple peasants get trampled and everything. But you go straight to St. Paul's Cathedral, and Sir Coin is one of the first to get into the courtyard. And you'll want to make note of this, Sir Coin. This will give you 10 glory for being one of the first.
Into the session glory, right?
Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
And this is the year 510, just so you know. And as you get there, you get you and King Leodegrance have a front row seat as you see a squire on the cusp of manhood, his chin showing the first scraggly whiskers, stands at the stone, watching as the knights assemble around him. Everyone give me a recognize with a +3 on it. So Sir Avaloc will recognize the crest. Sir Clarion does. Cadwallon, just doesn't quite. Sir Coin also, doesn't know it. But Sir Avaloc and Sir Clarion know that he has got the crest of Sir Ector, a minor knight from around Cambria. And actually, that's Sir Ector standing next to him. The crowd is shouting their voices in a great he drew the sword. Who did that lad over there? Him? Impossible. Only the King of Britain can pull that sword. And then coming down here, you see the mountain of the man that is King Lot of Lothian, as he leaps down from his horse and pushes the boy aside. If this thing is going to move, it'll move for me, he shouts, laying his hand upon the sword grip, and he pulls until his hand slips from the sword, and he staggers backward. And then someone from the crowd says, let the boy try. Yes, let the boy try. And Sir Ector stands up beside his squire and nods to him, and this stripling of a boy walks up to the sword, lays a single hand upon it, and pulls it from the stone without any trouble whatsoever. And everyone just is in awe. There's this moment of silence as everyone gasps at the same time, and he slides the sword back into place in the stone. Another knight steps forward, and you don't know this particular knight, but you've been fighting his men all afternoon. It's King Erlins of Gore, and he steps up and pulls, and then he tries to manhandle it free. He tries to twist and everything he can, but the sword does not budge. And he steps away again, and once again the boy steps up and pulls it free effortlessly, and the crowd starts to applaud. The king, he's the king. And King Leodegrace says, this boy drew the sword. The boy is the king. What do you all think?
I
Sir,
think finally something's interesting around here.
so Sir Quain is not. Sir Quain's not ready to believe this. Apparently,
No.
Cadwallon is definitely okay with someone from the outside moving up. That's kind of what I'm hoping for as well. So perhaps Cadwallon might put in a good word for this young lad, hoping that it might boost my standing and station as well.
so Cadwallon sees this as a sign that upper mobility is a sign of the times now.
Yes.
Sir Clarion,
Well, I mean, King Leodegrace says it well. The boy is king. The word is simple.
you're deep in the crowd, still moving your way forward, but you very clearly hear King Leodegrace say, he is our king, and Sir Alok. Did I lose Sir Alok?
Speechless. Absolutely speechless.
Oh, sorry. Well, for me, that's proof right there. The stone said that whoever drew the sword would be king, and this boy obviously drew it, so I just start applauding.
So Sir Avalok, as part of the crowd, starts to applaud. Cadwallon's, heart swell, hope rises in him. Sir Quain has a front row seat to everything going on, and as there seems to be this groundswell of approval, you hear Lot say, "Not while I live," and he draws his own sword and strides toward the boy. And his guards dismount and are a few steps behind as he starts walking toward the boy with his sword drawn. Only Sir Quain is in a position to do anything about this.
Yeah, I wouldn't let that happen. I personally, I don't necessarily believe he's the king, but he's a boy. He's not an armored knight, so that would be against chivalry.
Well, chivalry isn't actually a thing at this time.
Oh yeah, because he hasn't invented it yet.
Yep.
Yeah, but you can give me a prudent check if you'd like to see if you want to step in front in there.
I'm not very prudent. I'm very reckless.
Are you famously reckless?
I am. No, I'm only a 15, so I'm almost famously reckless.
All right. Yeah. So you can roll a reckless.
Ha! Failed both.
So that means you get to act. That means you get to act however you want to act, and you want to step in front. So that's fine.
I want to step in front.
So.
And I will say, hold. He's a child.
And so as he is approaching you, and you like right in front of him and say, you're not going to harm this child, without a word, he just takes a swipe at you. All right. So you are mounted. He is not. Therefore, you get a reflexive modifier. So with your sword, you're going to get a +5, and with my sword, I'm going to get a -5. So like we did with the trusting versus suspicious earlier, but in this case, the reflexive modifier is because you have a height advantage. You get a +5. I'm going to get the -5. But you also still have your shield, so you're going to get a -2 for that. Because I do have my shield, but I'm not mounted. I don't get the -2, but I do get the -5 for being unmounted against a mounted opponent.
I don't think I would be trying to hurt this person. I'm just trying to stop him. So would that make a difference? I mean, I think I'd be freaking crazy to try to kill somebody who's above me in station. I just want to stop this while wiser heads get a hold of things.
Yeah. So, but he still has every intention of
Okay.
swinging at you. So he's going to go. He'll take a swing, and that is successful.
And so so I'm rolling with my sword, and what do I add or take off?
You're going to add 3.
Okay.
So it's +5 because of the height difference, and -2 because you have a shield.
Roll. Why didn't that roll? 3. Failure. 22 damage. Well,
Yeah.
she tried.
So, so you are kind of taken by surprise. You're not expecting the king to slash out at you in such a fashion.
True. I wouldn't. It's
And
true.
and the thing is, this guy hits like a truck. Like you've been charged and taken this kind of hit before, and he does, and as he just swings at you quite difficultly. However, he still only has his rebaited weapons, so it does not get through your armor. And at this time, King Leodegrace and his knights, get up and stand their way too, and basically cut this off. And King Leodegrace says, "The boy drew the sword. By his right, he is the king." And King "No beardless boy shall ever be my king, nor mine," says someone. "Nor mine," comes other voices. King Leodegrace, "I say he is my king," and he kneels before the squire, who accepts his proffered sword, saying, "As I am king, I accept your offer."
Now this is Patrick Stewart, right? Leodegrace.
And how does what does Sir Quain do?
That's a tricky one. She doesn't know that he's the son of Uther.
No one does.
But she's not usually King Leodegrace's. She's not loyal to him in particular, only in the battle, right? Is the sheriff there? The sheriff of Londinium? She would look for him to see what he's doing, I think.
Sure. Give me an awareness roll.
Failure. She's gonna sit on the horse. She's just taken a huge hit. She's stopped the damage being done to the boy, but she's fairly in the middle road apart from that. So.
Okay. And what of the other 3? What are you guys going to do?
Well, Cadwallon definitely wants to rush to Sir Quain's aid. I definitely see this as my moment to lift myself as well as do good in the sight of my peers, and so I'm going to rush forward and stand to the side. Still on my horse. I'm not getting off my horse for sure, but take my horse over to the side of Sir Quain to form as much of a blockade as we can around this body.
That feels good. Thank you.
Sure. Give me an honor roll. A roll against your honor.
Best laid plans of mice and men.
Now, a knight trades in 2 things: honor and glory, right? You'll get glory as your name becomes known more, but if your honor ever goes below 5, you stop being a knight. Sir Clarion, what would you like to do?
Get my way out of the crowd.
So as everyone's kind of stunned and things are going on, this has been your opportunity to move forward. You can get up to the courtyard. What would you like to do?
Well, I mean, obviously offer my support to what seems to be the new, High King of Britain. I mean, the law is simple, and not only that, but the man I'm currently sworn fealty to is saying it. just happily offer my word and sword.
So you will go up and kneel next to Leotigrids?
Yes.
All right, Sir Avalon, will you follow the same? Go up and kneel. Is this your king? Are you waiting for a better offer?
I mean, I pushed through the crowd to also, I guess, like form this protective barrier, and I'm kind of just uh, proclaiming that, just on my honor as a knight, if this is who the sword chooses, then he's king. And I'm also kind of like looking down at the people who went and charged, like, not just a boy, but also someone who was unarmed and unarmored.
All right. So we're going to go back to Cadwallon and Sir Quain. Will you kneel before this boy?
Cadwallon will. He
Okay.
has no qualms about this at all. If he can
I
make
think I
it, so
do.
can I.
Yeah, I stay on my horse, but it's blatantly obvious that I did protect the boy and that I'm still on guard for someone trying to chop his head off all of a sudden. So,
Excellent.
I would follow
So,
Leodegrace's lead and do as he did.
so Lot looks at Sir Quain, throws his useless rebaited sword to the ground, and says, "I'll be back with a sword that won't fail me." And he leaps onto his horse. His guards are just a half step behind him, and they pivot and spur their steeds, heedless of those who get nearly trampled in the crowd. Others are doing the same, and a reproachful howl goes up from the crowd as they go. Sir Ector thrusts his sword aloft, going, "Hail, King Arthur!" And the crowd echoes, "Hail, King Arthur! Hail, King Arthur!" And thus is the legend of King Arthur born. Now, as you guys are among the first to swear your fealty to King Arthur, there is good things in store for you. But this evening, you will be able to go back and get a rest. Anyone who is wounded, the surgeons will tend your wounds. Who has wounds? I should ask.
I think two of us do.
Definitely me after that critical.
yeah, I don't think
So,
I do.
I don't have wounds, but I have an upset stomach from that rat.
well,
A 7-layer rat.
yeah, that was yesterday. So, Sir Clarion, your current hit point should be 29, right? Not 49?
I
Oh,
was I probably put the wound stuff in wrong. It didn't update automatically, so I was
no, it
just
doesn't. It
doing
doesn't.
by
It's,
damage.
this
Yeah.
this is one of the very many games where um, the Foundry version is a lot better than Roll20. So your your hit points. Wow, what the actual? Yeah, this is way off. Your hit points are not 55. I promise you that.
Getting better and better.
Yeah, your hit points are 29. They're your strength and your size. Wow, that's huge. So I'm going to I'll roll 2d20. The local surgeons have a skill of 18. So on your first wound, they are able to treat it, and so you will get your healing rate back. On your second wound, they're able to crit, so you get twice your healing rate back. Sir Quain was not injured. How many wounds does Sir Avlock have?
Sorry, how many?
Wounds wounds did you take?
I didn't realize I was supposed to be adding in wounds, but a total of 4.
Four attacks got through your armor, or one had one hit for 4.
Sorry, it was 1 hit for 3, I suppose.
Okay, so the surgeons are able to attend you. You will get your healing rate back, which I think is either 3 or 4, so it should heal you totally. And Cadwallon, were you hit?
No, I was not.
Okay. As among the first to kneel to King Arthur, you become not a part of his inner circle, but the first cohort of followers of Arthur, and this is and you are given a part of the honor guard, so as part of this honor guard, you four are part of a rotating group of knights that will be watching over the Sword Clarent until such time as Arthur is officially crowned or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
So some time will go by. It's a couple weeks before all this gets straightened up and everything, and we're at about the 2-hour mark. So let's go ahead and take a break here. We made good time through that first part. So let's do a 5-10 minute break. Howard, take what you need, and we'll come back when everyone's back.
Two-handed sword, I'm headed to the mountains to rescue the princess from the evil goblin. I ignore all the signs of impending danger because I'm a fighter and not some crappy ranger. 47 hit points and a high dexterity, 17 for strength. Kobolds are afraid of me, crafted from numbers on living paper. I skip from the mundane to a medieval caper. While in real life, my fate is unspoken. Hero roll of the dice, and my fate is unspoken. I locate the lair, but it doesn't make much sense to me. I think that the DM might be out to get me. A hero in armor and truth, bards tell my legacy. The flame of my torch illuminates the enemy. I win in the battle, you win foes asunder. Deeper I venture, the deeper I wonder. spoken. I drink my last potion. I charge through the open gate. The flame of the dragon tried to seal my awful fate with a handful of dice. 5 times I rolled 20. The dragon goes down. The DM plenty. I leave with the princess. A satchel chock full of gold. We head to the tavern where my mighty tale unfolds. Crafted from numbers on living paper. I skip from the mundane to a naval caper. While in real life, my fate is unspoken. Hero roll of the dice and my fate is unspoken. The king honored me with the mighty crossbow. It's blessed by the elves, he said. I thank him and I go. The life of a hero, struggling to stay alive. It's worth all the hardship though, 'cause now I'm a level 5. Level 5.
I'm back. Welcome back if you are.
I'm here.
Howdy.
So far, okay.
Oh yeah, having fun.
Sorry. Yeah, that was exciting. I really liked that introduction, and I was so surprised when the little melee ended.
Going to be crippled here for a few because my own Sir Percival is now sitting on my chest, purring at me.
Nice.
I did have a question.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I missed it, maybe when you were kind of like explaining how the game runs, but what is the purpose of checking the boxes next to, I guess, like most things here,
Yeah.
personality trait skills?
That will come into play during the winter phase at the end. That's how you improve your knight.
Oh, okay. I see.
And in all of this, they always say your Pendragon may vary and things like that. Um, I give checks on successes. I think rules as written, you only give checks on critical successes or fumbles. So kind of like Dragonbane, in that not just succeeding, but critically succeeding or critically failing is how you go up. But I prefer doing it this way.
And so, were we supposed to check if, like, when we did combat, if we succeeded on those rolls?
If you if you succeeded at a swords roll or at a horsemanship check or at charge or whatever, you would check those. Yes.
Well, luckily, I feel like it's still pretty balanced because I feel like for the most part we've all been
Yeah.
fumbling or failing.
I guess we're all baby knights comparative to how we would be if we went through a whole campaign. So
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm a fresh-faced 21-year-old, so
Yeah, and 21 is the age that you get knighted.
Right.
So unless you become an esquire, but as I believe I've got everyone back. So if you're not back, let me know.
No.
But yeah, so just as I said earlier, when you were a 7-year-old page, all the older pages got to do the cool page stuff, and you got to do the crappy page stuff. When you were a 14-year-old squire, all the older squires got to do the cool squire stuff and things like that. And now, as you're freshly minted knights, you are a member of the honor guard. A mostly ceremonial thing, but you guys get the night shift when it comes to guarding the sword clarent until such time as a conclave can be called for Arthur's coronation. Okay, bye. Anyway,
Was King made a knight with these events, or is he still aspiring?
he's still an esquire, yeah. Um, but so you guys are all watching guard over the night, over the sword at night. And it's going to be until February 2nd, I think. February, before they can call a conclave. And so you've been guarding this every night for a little while. And it's standing on your feet all night. There's a total of 8 of you guarding. It's 3 8-hour shifts of 8 nights. But I need an awareness. Actually, first of all, I need to know what kind of knight you are. So I need an energetic or lazy roll. If you are famously either one, you would choose that one first.
I am famously energetic.
All right, so roll energetic. Good.
And if we're not famously either?
You have your choice.
This is not with a reflex modifier or anything.
Right. This is just a check.
Oh, I am Critically
Well done.
energetic.
Yes.
It's all in the
Knightly
wrist.
duty.
Ooh.
Oh no.
Oh,
All right. So, Sir Avalok, roll me a lazy roll, please.
Oh, yeah, I guess I was fooling myself.
So, because you didn't have to roll because you fumbled.
Oh, whoops. Oh yeah, you did say Avok, didn't you? Whoops.
Yeah. So, um, so, Sir Quain, can you give me an awareness roll? Cadwallon, can you give me an awareness roll and you get a +5 bonus?
Absolutely.
And Sir Avalok, give me an awareness roll with a -5.
so I don't get a +5.
No,
It's
it's
Cadwallon for my critical.
only the crit. Yeah,
Oh,
Didn't help.
yeah, and so Sir Avalok, you're kind of dozing next to the next to your sword and or on your spear and everything. And just as you hear Sir Clarion fall over from having fallen asleep on duty, and you look over and start to point and laugh, you see you see one of the knights that is guarding the door also fall over, and all of a sudden there are a number of half-naked men covered in strange blue sigils springing from the shadows and attacking you. These are known as Picts.
Is this a hallucination brought on by late night watching, or can we choose to disbelieve, or are we?
It absolutely is, but this hallucination will cut your throat.
Ah, excellent.
And there are a whole bunch of them.
Drawing my sword, I pronounce that there will soon be fewer. Oh, there are a lot.
Yeah, I give out a shout to kind of rouse everybody.
I think Sir Quain was
imagine
awake, but she's been looking up at the ceiling at all the amazing detail up there. I think she's got a bit of ADHD.
Oh,
I
let these
imagine,
guys in. My goodness.
The laugh starts as like a laugh, and then it turns into like a yell. So he's kind of just like, ha ha ha!
Exactly. Clarion, as you are picking yourself up off the ground, you note the Picts coming towards you, and they all have they're all carrying two-handed. They're all carrying a spear two-handed, and they have murderous intentions. And so we will go into a different kind of combat. So in this, the Picts all have a dexterity of 11. Is there anyone that's got dexterity less than 11?
Me, I'm only a 10.
But you carry
Everyone else?
axe.
I do.
Everyone else has at least 11?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So the Picts are all going to attack you. Normally. You have 3 choices. Well, 4 choices. You can attack them recklessly if you want. I like this plan. I say go for it. But you can fight them both. In which case, you're going to get a -5 penalty to your sword because because you've got multiple opponents. You can attack one and ignore the other, in which case he'll get an unopposed attack against you. you can defend, in which case you'll get a +10 to your skill, but you won't do any damage even if you win. Or you can do any of the above, but also do it recklessly. To do more damage, now you'll note these picks don't have shields. Hell, they barely got loincloths on. So there's not a lot of armor that you need to get through here. Like, none. But, reckless is always an option. And I'll give Sir Quain, you can have the, you are a knight. Now, Cadwall and they're all kind of looking the other way on you, maybe, because really only knights are allowed to carry swords. Do you have an arming sword on your character sheet?
I do. I'm going to use that to my advantage if they're.
All right, so yeah, they're allowing you to have a sword on you only while you're on guard duty.
Okay.
But we will go into another combat here. I'll go left to right at the first, so I'll start with Sir Quain. What would you like to do?
She is quite reckless, but she's also trained in being a bodyguard, and right now she's bodyguarding the sword. So I think she would perhaps just go with a straight roll. I don't think she could bear to just be defensive. So.
Okay. And are you taking them both on, or are you?
I'm taking them both on.
All right. So you will do a sword roll at a -5.
A few times it's done that. You put -5 in, and it doesn't. When you hit submit, it doesn't go.
Well, no. There's two steps. One is the attack modifier, and the one's the damage modifier.
She hits.
All right. So you do hit these guys. What is their spear? Also. No, not that. They have no passions, so they're not going to invoke any passions. I just wish I could find their spear values. Oh, there it is. Okay. So, the first one misses you. As does the second one.
So much bigger than them.
Yes. They have just like hide armor type thing, and your attack wounds one of them pretty bad. Not quite a major wound, and not quite even a knockdown, but a lot gets through. So I'm gonna let's go 90. So you can see he is wounded. Sir Clarion, what would you like to do?
Well, yeah, this is quite a pickle.
A pickle?
Judging by how I've been rolling, I should go defensive, but that's, well, I'll attack one of them.
Okay, so you're gonna attack one, ignore the other.
Yes.
All right, so you'll do a arming sword attack with a normal roll, and I'll do my spear attack with a normal roll, the two-handed spear. And I miss.
Sorry, my cheat took a minute to load for some reason.
Nice.
And you hit, and that is, and that actually is a major wound. And that pick goes down. These his companion here does not appreciate this, and also attempts to stab you. But is shaken by you dropping his friend. Sir Avalok, you've got 2 on you.
I'm gonna try to just. I mean, honestly, I would just recklessly try to attack both. Big swings with my sword, and I'm not sure what the rules are for invoking passions, but like, would this be a situation I can?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
I
I'm gonna
mean,
invoke my passion for honor because I was entrusted with guarding this sword, and by God, they're gonna get to the sword over my dead body.
and they accept your conditions. Um, so uh, so you're going to attack recklessly, which means they'll get a +5 to them. There's 2 and you're going with both of them, so you'll get a -5 in your attack.
Does she need to roll on the passion?
And do I roll for my
Oh
honor
yes,
as well?
yeah.
Or?
Roll honor. Sorry, I forgot a part. So yeah, roll honor. All right, so you get a +5 on your sword skill for this scene. So that'll offset the multiple opponents right now. So you'll roll straight.
Sorry, I rolled from just the sword skill, but I guess for damage.
That's fine. Yeah, it does good damage. So so I got a spear. I got a +5, and I got a spear, and I get a +5. All right, so you go reckless at these 2, and they both are able to get and attack you, but you're swinging your sword so wildly that their hits are minimal while yours is successful because your 5 is higher than the 1 and the 3 I rolled.
Very
So,
easy.
so you will roll your damage, which is your sword damage is 46.
And then do I get an extra 2d6? Is that how it works
Yes.
for reckless?
Ooh.
Okay. Again, this is an X picked. And Cadwallon.
So I had a similar idea about the passion. So you mentioned that they kind of were dismissive of Cadwallon, and I'd like to invoke my passion for station, that I have every right to be here, and I will attack them recklessly to show them just who they're dealing with. Maybe not.
Roll that again just to be...
Make sure I don't have something bad happen. So I want to fail this time, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I got that.
Yeah. So you're going to a melancholy later. The worst thing that could happen there is if you crit the station the second time, you go mad.
Ooh.
Like throw your shit down and run into the woods mad. So you said you were...
happen. Yeah, recklessness, so -5.
Yeah, with the knowledge that you didn't invoke your passion, you can choose not to go reckless if you want.
No, I'm still gonna do it. I'm trying
All right,
to prove myself here, and so then 2d6 damage modifier.
Yep.
No.
Okay, so they will both hit you. And what? Yeah, and what is your armor?
A 7 + 6 for my shield, but there's no shield if I'm reckless.
Right. So the first one you'll take 14 damage from.
Okay.
And the second one you'll take 12 damage from.
I have 1 hit point. No, yes, I have 1 hit point left.
Oh, okay. So you have taken a major wound. And you are bleeding out at this point, basically.
Okay.
You're not going to die, but you are unconscious. And you're in good company. As you can see, a couple of the other picks at the door have broken through the lines up front. And they start rushing towards you. So I need to do a little bit of you fill in this one, you fill in this one. This one, these two are going to leap over the small like display case, and they're running toward the sword Clarent.
Is the sword still in the stone?
No, it's Arthur's pulled it out and it's on like display here.
Oh,
That
he
was-
just left it in the stone for
That's
safety.
what I reckon.
He's a boy, you know.
Give me Sir Quain, Sir Avaloc, and Sir Clarion. Give me awareness rolls. Yeah, you guys aren't quite certain what's going on, but we're basically back to where we started the last turn, and we'll go right to left this time. Sir Avaloc, there's a second picked on you again. Would you like to continue being reckless?
And I suppose I wouldn't be able to.
Okay.
Would I be able to invoke another passion?
You still are impassioned. You get impassioned for the whole scene.
Yeah, I'm gonna still be reckless, you know, like these picks are swarming us, and I just saw one of our fellow knights go down.
All right. So you will once again have straight rolls, and I mean, just to let you know what you're doing with this with going reckless is basically negating your own shield because I don't have one, and giving me a 25% better chance of hitting.
Yeah, I'm just leaning into the scene, you know.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
I just
That's
think,
cool. I mean, now don't get me wrong, because Cadwallon went reckless. The 11 I rolled against the 16 was a regular success, not a critical success. But so yeah, so you attack. Go ahead and roll your attack roll straight.
Ooh. It's Dragonbane. You can push your roll.
Holy shit! All right.
blue guys have hands, huh?
Well, Sir Avaloc, what's your armor?
10.
The floor's really
Oof.
comfortable down here.
Yeah, this might hurt a lot. I had this happen in my home game too. An untimely crit. So you have 10. Your current hit points is 28. Yeah. So the first hit does 39 damage.
Ooh.
Your armor absorbs 10 of that, so you'll take 29 damage, which will just outright drop you. And then And then the second one is going to do an additional 16 damage to you. There is no way to heal you in time to save you. Fortunately, and yes, this game does get quite deadly sometimes. I mean, crits are huge. Um, um, ba, ba, ba. Fortunately, also on this particular shift is Sir of Rain. And I've given you control of him now.
So, just so we're clear, did Sir Avlok just die?
Yeah, sounds like it.
Sir Avlok died.
He
There's
laughed his last laugh.
yes. So Sir of Rain has finished off the picks that were trying to get past him at the door, and comes running in, and sees what is going on. He sees a pick take its long spear and stab Cadwallon in the thigh, and he falls unconscious, while another one of these naked blue men stabs Sir Avlok in the throat, ending his very short story. So we learned, don't go reckless. Sir Clarion, what would you like to do?
Well, that got real exciting. I mean, this is like a very important quest. I suppose, could I invoke honor, considering, our reputation's on the line here? I kind of fell asleep on the guard, too. I really ought to redeem myself.
Sure, you can invoke your honor passion.
Well, I could try to.
Yeah. Are you attacking normal or reckless or?
Yeah. I'm gonna do a standard single against the one in front of me.
All right, so you're gonna ignore one.
Yes.
Okay, so I will. So we do one. So you'll get a -2. No. You ignore one, so it's a straight roll for you. And a straight roll for me.
Uh-oh.
So once again, I hit you harder than you hit me, but not hard enough to pierce your armor. The other one will attack you without, just attacks you normal, and misses. And finally, Sir Quain.
So two of our 8 fighters are down, so we've got 6 left, right?
More than just the 2. A couple more of the knights have been dropped that were guarding the door.
Would I expect that there's more people coming, hearing the ruckus, or are we it?
You are pretty much it. That you should definitely stop these guys.
All right, I'm going to back up to the sword. Well, I wasn't sure about just holding them off or whether I should actually fight. So I'm going to fight because I know this is it, but I'm not going to be reckless. I'm going to just fight straight again. This is what I'm trained to do.
All right. And are you fighting both or ignoring one?
I am fighting both, and can I use a passion? Can I use my honor?
Absolutely.
Okay. Roll for honor.
These are human size. You know,
Yes.
the picks were the whole idea of Hadrian's Wall. I mean, the Romans built a big wall just to keep the Picts north because they got tired of fighting them. You do hit. The first pick misses you.
Oh, I haven't. I've only rolled honor so far. So
Oh, sorry. Okay, yeah. So you will roll straight because it's a -5 for 2.
am I using my axe, or am I
Okay.
using a sword?
What do you want to be using?
She would choose her axe.
Absolutely. So your axe is two-handed, right?
Yeah, so she wouldn't have a shield.
That's good. They both missed you anyway. So you've got a two-handed heft, or you roll the axe down at the bottom. It'll be a straight roll.
Straight royal. Okay. Go.
Oh, a fumble.
Oh, what timing! Oh my god.
So you swing your axe, and these two picks, they're unable to break through your defense, but they both put their spears up in kind of a crossed fashion and rip the axe from your hand, and you find yourself unarmed.
Oh, I didn't have my sword at my belt.
Yeah, you'll have to draw. You'll have to work with your sword next time.
Yeah.
All right, and then this picked up here, picks up the sword Clarent, and laughs in triumph and starts heading toward the door. So you guys will need to stop him. So we've got picked with sword. He's gonna have. He's going to have a big old target on his back, and his picked warrior buddy coming with him. 3 picks will go around the 3 picks will go around Clarion, and 2 will go around Sir Quain, because Clarion's already dropped one of their number. And these 2 are acting like a guard for this pict that Sir Avrain is trying to stop. We'll do the other stuff first. So, having seen the sword picked up and leaving the chapel and in the hands of Pix, nonetheless, you guys are very distracted. So just so you know, this is gonna be bad all the way around. But you will get a -5 as you are distracted. So, what would Sir Quain like to do?
Can she draw? If she draws a sword, is that an action or?
No, she can use her sword here.
She's
Continue.
going to draw her sword, and she's going to. Can she just try to crash past the ones who are currently near her and try to go for the one that's picked up the sword?
So you're gonna try and rush over here.
Yeah, I'm going to try to rush over.
All right. So I'll allow both of them to get a free attack on you as you're leaving.
Mm-hmm.
But you can go and help Sir Yvain. So let's see how these guys do. The first takes his spear at your fleeting thing, but you are able to turn it aside on your shield. The second, it was not expecting you to run and misses you. Sir Clarion, what would you like to do?
I think I'm going to test the new defensive mechanics that I've yet to use.
Okay.
I'm pretty surrounded.
Yes, being surrounded like this is a good time to use defense. And so what you're going to get is, did you pass your earlier passion?
No.
Okay, so there's no benefit there. you have 3 people on you. It's a cumulative -5, so you get a -10 to your sword ability. But because you're defensive, you get a +10, so it's going to be a straight roll.
Oh, okay. Well, better than nothing.
Yeah, well,
Oh,
so you succeed, which is good.
well.
The first one misses you. The second one hits, but not as good a success.
You
But
go.
the third one will crit you.
Naturally. Is that the third or fourth crit in this fight?
Only the second or third?
I think it's the third.
16,
Sadly,
30.
Yeah, you
not
got hit with
far.
2. Avalok got hit by 2 earlier, so this is the
Uh,
third.
Wow. So, what's your armor?
10.
10, and you've got a shield, 16. So, you will take 20 damage. Which is a lot, but you're not dead. Always a plus.
Just surrounded.
Um, and but you are unconscious.
Oh no.
Well, nice.
Because your unconscious number is a 7, right? And you're at 9.
No idea.
Let's see. Let me open your character sheet again. So you've taken 26 hit points, and no, the tournament charge you took 1, right? But you got
it was 1 past my armor.
Yeah, but you got healed that, so
I
you
got
got
healed back to full because it was.
So yeah, you got your healing rate back there. And the second one, they crit their healing, so that got reduced as well.
Yeah, I was back up to 29.
So you were at 29, so now you're at 9. Yeah. Your that is a major wound. But you are not unconscious. So that's good, baby. All right, Sir Evelyn, Evelyn. Evrain. That was close. There's a Pict with a sword that doesn't belong to him.
Well, I'm going to, I suppose, just attack normally.
Sure.
But I'm also going to evoke my passion of honor, you know? I've seen some of my knights go down, and technically I let these Picts past me at the door.
All right. So go ahead and give me an honor roll. A crit. Very nice. So you will get a +10 to your rolls. Now, only one of these Picts has the sword. Are you attacking all 3, or are you just going after the one that's important?
What happens, again, if I focus on one versus all 3? It's that I leave myself open to attack from the other 2?
If you go again, so if you focus on one, then the other 2 get unopposed rolls against you, which means all I have to do is hit. I don't have to hit and beat your number.
Well, I think I'm gonna just try to take on all 3 of them, because I've got Sir Quain over here by my side, and I just imagine that if I knock the sword out of one of their hands, the other one's gonna pick it up.
Oh. Okay, so you're going to take on all 3, so that's going to offset your +10 that you get because it's a -10 for having 3 opponents. It's a cumulative -5. So it'll be a straight roll on your part and straight roll on our part. I assume you're not going reckless because you don't want to give me more bonuses. Um, hey, why do I keep closing the wrong character sheet? You can tell it's been a while since I've run games online. I keep closing the wrong stuff. So the first one misses you. The second one misses you. Good thing you didn't go reckless, because that would be a crit. And the third one misses you with his 31 damage. Jeez.
Oh, nice.
What are
Uh,
they feeding these pigs?
uh, um, the two-handed spear does 66 damage. But go ahead and roll your Sir of Rain's damage, which you were rightfully worried with all that. You get a hit on him. He's got a little bit of armor that protects some of that, but he does drop the sword, and seeing as the that there is more awareness around everything, the picks will scatter into the night. But you guys were able to defend the sword, which is good. Except for one of you. You did defend the sword, but with your life. The surgeons are called and will heal Cadwallon.
He needs it badly.
And so you will get your healing rate back in health.
So I'm at 4 hit points.
Yeah. So if you go negative, like we keep track of how far negative you got, and this is where I was saying if you want death by paper cuts rather than death by chainsaw. If you go negative because you've got like 11 -4s, each one of those can be treated individually, and your healing rate can bring you back up. You have to be back to positive by the end of the day, and you have to be back to positive before the surgeons can work on you. So in this case, because Sir Vrain or Sir Avalok took such a massive hit, there was no way to get him back up to where he was needed. But word of the picks and everything starts spreading, and the gossip is throwing through wildfire. Cadwallon is brought before the Boy King, in particular. As the young man sitting on the throne looks at you and says, "It is my understanding that you fought bravely, even though you have not officially been knighted."
This is true. I did my best.
Yes, we have certainly lost. We lost several good knights to those picks. I cannot imagine what would have caused them to do something like this. Everyone, give me an intrigue roll.
Oh, Sir Quain.
Yeah, Sir Quain hasn't been out of Londinium in a while, and Sir Clarion, has spent most of his time with King Lodogris. But Sir Vrain and Cadwallon, both of you remember that the picks are from up north, and the picks from up north. You know who else is up north? King Lot. So you think that he may have been the one that attacked. He may have sent the picks. But Cadwall, you're brought before the king, and again, you're not on you're not on guard duty right now. In fact, it may be a little bit time before you get back on guard duty. You took a pretty good hit.
Yeah, I'm gonna be in the infirmary for a while.
Yeah. But you know, Arthur will. Arthur has you come in, and he has you kneel in front of him, and he says, "This is a great day. Here before me stands Cadwin to join our glorious institution of knighthood, witnessed by their friends and family, my court. Squire, tell me your name." I'm sorry.
I am Cadwallon. I am yours.
Are you prepared now to shed the ordinary life and take upon yourself the dangerous task of protecting me and mine from all foes?
With a valorous of 16, I think I have no choice but to do so.
Then let this be the last time you are struck without just recourse. And he slaps the shit out of you.
Nice. As long as I don't take 4 hit points.
Give me a con save. So, I mean, you'd seen other people get knighted. You knew this was part of the ceremony, and you had braced for it. So, from now on, no one may strike you without you striking back. And so he receives a sword from a knight sitting nearby. Do you acknowledge me as your true and rightful liege?
I do.
Do you pledge homage and fealty to me and swear your sword to me to be forever at my service?
I do, sire.
Take the sword from its sheath. The Lord touches the squire on each shoulder. Then I dub thee Sir Cadwallon, and give this my sword to you to wield in my name. Arise, Sir Cadwallon.
He gives me clarity. Sweet.
No, not that one.
I rise, overcome with the honor and my own sense of humility. With my head bowed, I accept this grateful boon from my lord.
So as the Lord has as Arthur has knighted you, there's other things that come with it. He gives you better armor. So your armor is now 10-6.
Nice.
He gives you a horse and everything. And as part of the knighting ceremony, you will need a dex check. So you're still a little woozy. But as part of the knighting ceremony, you go out and leap onto your horse, but your footing slips and you are unable to successfly stick the landing.
I land on the ball.
Everyone has a good laugh, but for being knighted, that's 1,000 glory.
Oh, sweet.
For being knighted by King Arthur. Now, here's the thing: Arthur one day is going to be really famous, but right now, not so much. Although everyone did see him pull the sword from the stone. So there's a lot of fame and glory around that. Well, there's a lot of fame, but not so much glory. And so he's barely got as much glory as you've got. So you get a percentage of the glory of the person who knighted you as your knightly glory as well. So you're going to get 300 glory points for that.
Nice.
And you also get 50 points if you want to be a household knight. He would put you under the household of Sir Roderick.
Oh, I could do that for sure, because my father was a sergeant who served Count Roderick. I would
Okay, yeah.
That.
So yeah, you get heraldry. You can now carry a sword wherever you want. You are a knight, and you will get. And we can do that. We can do that. We'll do that glory at the winter session here.
Sweet.
And with this taking place, you guys were successful in defending the Sword Clarent. And so there is some honor for that. And I want to make sure I get that in there. Who remembers how many pigs they killed?
Me, it was 0.
Yeah.
I just got
I
one.
wounded but didn't kill one. So
Well, if you knocked him out of combat, that counts.
I knocked the sword out of the pig's hand.
Yes, that will definitely come to play. Hey, why? Oh, I had so much closed down. Uh-huh. This. So just so you know, each pick you took out of combat, totally down or whatever, is worth. Where's the glory? 25 glory. Ba, ba, ba. So you were able to stop the thief. So tends the wounded, right? You get a great commendation and are shown in King Arthur's presence. He heaps more praise upon you and thanks you greatly. He gives you a house to live in for the rest of your time in the city, with servants' meals, other luxuries at their beck and call. And anyone who wants to at this point may generate a passion of loyalty to King Arthur. So this is where you can add a passion if you'd like to do so. Your starting passion is a 1d6 plus 6. Additionally, because of what you guys went through, if you want to, you can generate a loyalty companions, which also would start at a 1d6 plus 6.
sorry, I was doing the roll. What was the second thing we could do?
You could generate a loyalty companions, which would also be a 1d6 plus 6.
Sure.
Now, under the speaking of courts handout, you'll see that things like loyalty are part of fidelitas. Duty, fealty, homage, loyalty are all part of fidelitas. Loves and hates are part of fervors. Adoration, devotion to deity, things like that are part of adoratio. And hospitality and station are part of civilitas. Why do we have to group things like this? In any one of those 4 courts, your total passions cannot exceed 40. Honor is a passion, but it's not a passion of one of the courts. It's always kind of its own part. I don't think anyone's near that. But if one of these new loyalties had put you up to 40, you'd have to decrement to stay below it.
So I
which
could
one is
like
loyalty
take
part of?
out. Oops, sorry.
Sorry, go ahead, Tina first.
No, that's okay. I think Madeline's question's going to answer it for me. So
Okay, so Madeline, go ahead.
Sorry, can you repeat which passions, I guess, are part of these 4 courts?
Sure. Can you see the handout there?
Yes.
I remember.
loyalty. So that's fidelitas.
But those of you that are still able to do so will continue to stand guard. Um, and uh, at Candlemas, um, per mutual assent of the assembled barons, Clarent is set back into the stone, where once again it proves unmovable until Arthur steps forward and pulls it out. Many knights and noblemen at last pledge their loyalty to the Boy King, including young Count Salisbury and Duke Ulfus, the Roman warlord. After this, you return to your respective lords, or mercenary knights, not lords. You go to the inns of Londinium or whatever, or you can say you've been given a nice house here for as long as you want to stay. On Easter, word reaches you that Arthur once again pulls the sword from the stone, earning the pledges of more barons. Successful. Go ahead and give me intrigue rolls.
We need more time at court. We're terrible at these.
This is a good introduction, so that when you build your own character, you see what skills you will kind of want.
Sir Quain was at least close.
Yeah. Sir Coin being around Londinium, I'm going to actually let that work. You hear that Lot has summoned a council of northern kings to his far-off fastness in Lothian beyond the wall. We talked about Hadrian's Wall. And you are all back in town for Pentecost, one of the great Christian holy days of the year, where Arthur draws the sword a fourth and final time. There's still some grumbling baronial holdouts, but the citizens of Londinium are clamoring for a new king and brook no further delay. And so you are at the crowning of King Arthur. It takes place at the cathedral filled with nobles, prelates, selected knights, and important Londoners. As part of his honor guard, you are among the selected knights. Great pomp and ceremony reign despite the rushed work to get it done. The Bishop of Londinium carries out the rite. You all have a front row view of the proceedings, and you are able to hear Arthur's voice and the words of the bishop. Will you solemnly promise to swear to govern the peoples of Logres and its tributaries and other territories according to their respective laws and customs? And I do swear. Will you use your power for the cause of law and justice in mercy to be executed in your judgment? I will. The bishop thereupon anoints the king with a sacred oil from the time of Constantine the Great. He makes a sign of the cross on King Arthur's forehead, on his hands and on his feet. A special robe is placed over Arthur's shoulder. Then the crown of the king of Logres is placed upon his head. The bishop turns to the crowd. God crown you with the crown of glory and righteousness, that having a right faith and manifold fruit of good works, you may obtain the crown of an everlasting kingdom by the gift of him whose kingdom endures forever. And at this, the assembled heads bow and say, Amen. Anyone who's a Christian can give me a religion roll. Do I have any Christians left? Did I kill all the Christians?
No, I believe Clarion is Christian. Yes.
Oh
dear,
I am
not a
likewise
devout one.
Christian. Can I call upon my passion, my love of God, or my devotion of God?
Absolutely.
It's low, but
That's what we're trying.
if you don't ask, you don't get. Do I need to roll that again?
Wow, the
See if
same.
it goes down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, again, you'll have a bit of a
crisis.
crisis with it. Yeah, but
Ooh, yeah.
so the nobles come forward one by one and swear their homage and fealty to the king. Yeah, we've already done that. You all can check your passion to the loyalty of the king if you want to at this time. Everyone can give me a recognize roll. So you're all sitting there thinking, yeah, wow, there's a really great turnout. You know, everyone's showing up, pledging their loyalty and everything. Cadwallon, you recognize that this is kind of a small number of nobles. There are some very notable people missing from here. Most of which are from the north.
That would be expected. You know, they're beholding the king lot.
And then there is a massive feast. And so everyone gets to roll a temperate or indulgent here. Again, this is the best wine that is being served. So if you choose temperate, it's going to be at -5. If you choose indulgent, it'll be at a +5. If that gives you a famous in one, you have to start with that one.
I just made night. I'm getting drunk, but apparently not. I'm getting sick.
It's tempered -5.
Yep.
Yeah.
So,
So if we fail, do we have to roll the other one?
yeah. So Cadwallon, give me temperate -5, and
Indulgent +5 for.
indulgent +5. Yeah, for Lucas.
Ooh. Right.
So you,
all around.
yeah, you get to do whatever you want. Cadwallon, you don't want to get drunk in your first big feast, and you'll check temperate here. And the other two will check indulgent because you succeeded at indulgent. None of you were famously temperate, so that's good. Because if you had been, you actually would have lost a point of honor for getting drunk.
Oof.
But there is talk of a need to go to war in Carleon, and that's a 2-day battle, and it's really cool. And I don't want to cheapen that in any way.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go ahead and say that takes place next year, and we can do a winter phase so that we can all get the experience of doing a winter phase. All right. So in the winter phase, that's when we start adding up glory and things like that. It gives you time to take stock of everything that happened this year, and plan for next year and everything. And this is where we get to play, where we get to do taxes too. But we can get into that another time if we decide that we have enough interest and a time where we can all do a campaign, or we can talk about that later. But I want to give you guys the experience of winter phase. So currently, although all of you are heirs, your parents are still living, so none of you are in charge of a manor. So that's a part of the winter phase that we don't have to worry as much about. And again, as I mentioned, right now only the basic rules and the box set and one adventure are out. A lot of the books that are from the old versions haven't been updated yet, and I understand why. This is version 6. And this is the first time you're allowed to play female knights. And a lot of the things in the previous books, especially when it comes to courtship and getting married and everything, is all expected to be run from the male knight's perspective. And so that's got some of the that's I think what's taking a little bit of time to do the updates. So so the first step of the winter phase are what's known as solo scenarios, and this is a really cool mechanic in Pendragon. So like, let's say we're in the middle of a campaign, and Luke can't make it 1 week because he's doing anything else. For the year he misses, he would be off on a solo campaign, and that would allow him to, do like an escort things or whatever. But it would give him an opportunity to check some skills and everything to try to keep up and earn a little bit of glory. But we don't have to worry about this here. So the first thing is, something happens over the winter. I'm going to go right to left. So Madeline, roll me d20. Um, so, um, so 4 is a generous. So give me a generous roll. Okay, give me a selfish roll. All right, so nothing really. You check with those. You were neither generous nor selfish during the winter phase. There were opportunities to do so, and you just kind of were more reflecting on what's going on in the world.
For not, but another glimpse of my Lady Mercedes.
Yes, Sir Cadwallon, give me a d20.
Absolutely.
3 is. You have your choice of forgiving or vengeful.
Oh, well, I think I'm going to go for forgiving.
All right.
I have had my life flash before my eyes, and indeed one of my companions fell, and so I would. Well, maybe not. Maybe I'm vengeful.
All right. Give me a vengeful.
Vengeful. Yeah, I'm taking it out on the serfs.
Um, so, there is a, you're relatively new, knight and everything. And there is another knight in court here that uh, has been really belittling you. And I can't believe he made you knight even after you failed to protect the sword and everything. And he really just calls you out. And it comes to blows one day. So roll me a sword check against my generated sword skill.
Oh, absolutely. Should I roll the weapon or just the skill?
Roll the weapon.
Okay.
No, just the skill, sorry.
Just the skill. You got it.
So you are successful. My 10 is higher than your 5, but my generated sword skill is 2d6 plus 3. So it was low. It was a 9.
So that was a fail.
Yes. So yeah, that's fine. And so
I will see him pay for his words.
you do. In fact, you will get 18 glory from this duel.
I leave him a scar so that he will not forget Sir Cadwallon.
Yes. Had you lost this, you would have lost an honor. Sir Clarion, D20, please.
Alrighty.
You're gonna eat more bad meat. You gotta stop going to those little mom and pop stores.
Sir Clarion. The 10 is spiritual. So give me a spiritual check.
Just a flat, no modifier.
Yep. You're Christian, right?
Correct.
So a chaplain talks about you in one of their sermons, giving you as an example of piousness. So you will get to check spiritual if you haven't already. And then Sir Quain, D20. Five. Would you like to choose honest or deceitful?
Well, they're the same, but I think she would tend to be fairly honest. I don't think she's smart enough to be deceitful.
All right. So you can roll an honest. All right. Roll deceitful. No. It should be deceitful, but that's fine. It's going to be a 10. That's fine.
Shit. Sorry. Do you want me to do it again?
No, it's fine. It's going to be a fail either way. So nothing. There was an opportunity to be honest or to lie in cover, and you just kind of couldn't be bothered with the whole thing. So the next part of the winter phase is I don't really do them out of order, but that's fine. Are experience rolls. So everything that you have checked, you can roll against. You want to roll above it. If you succeed, then it goes up by 1.
And if this is a trait, then the other one will go down by 1. Is that right?
Right. And if you have both of them checked and you succeed at both, then they go back to normal.
So success, but it wasn't actually a success.
Yes.
So just uncheck it and leave it as it is.
Yes.
Okay.
Wait, so
And-
what do we want out of these rolls? Sorry.
We want to fail.
You want to roll above.
Ugh.
All right.
your current.
Oh, now we roll all these successes.
I know,
huh?
right?
Yeah.
There we go.
There we go.
Luke got more reckless.
Nice.
Sir Quain got more suspicious, which means your trusting will go down. Your prudent will go down. Luke.
Oh, yeah, it did. Yeah, I was 10 and 10.
The whole
Sir
okay.
Rain becomes more about intrigue. Cadwallon becomes more vengeful. And this is the reason why I do checks on everything rather than just on the crits.
Otherwise, we'd each have maybe one. Like, I wouldn't have any
Yeah,
Yeah.
same.
advancements. And I'm probably not going to live long enough to see too many.
Sir Cadwallon becomes more aware.
I got up in honor.
Nice. Loyalty to King Arthur goes up. Probably a good thing.
And I assume we uncheck these after we've rolled
Yeah.
either way, right? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So did we check loyalty to King Arthur at some point? 'Cause we
Yeah.
only just put that in, so we put it
So-
in and check it.
So when you generated it
Yeah.
first time, and then at Cadwallon's knighting, you got to put a check there, or rather at King Arthur's coronation, you got to put a check there. So this will be one of the few times you get to generate and check at the same time.
Just missed that. Ooh, still didn't get it.
You're loyal enough, for a pagan. Um, the next is everyone got that done?
I believe so. Yeah.
Yes.
All right. The next part is economic circumstances. You're all household knights, so basically you all get 1 pound. And uh, if your horse had died, you get a new horse. Your lord provides you new clothing and everything. If you have your own estate and everything, you got to worry about this stuff. But right now, we don't have to worry about this stuff. Aging and old age, everyone gets a year older. And no one has hit 35, which is, of course, when you start going downhill. So you're good. Squire and maiden in waiting role. So all of you have a squire on your sheet. We didn't really get to the squire phase or deal with squires here, but in this case, you'll want to roll. You roll anyone who's squire skill, and this is going to be everyone, I'm sure. And Sir Cadwallon, you probably don't even have a squire, but if your squire skill is less than 15, your squire's squire skill goes up to 15. And you can name your squire. They're all named Baldric.
That's just going to name mine as Baldric.
Yes. So you all have a charger and a Rouncy. The Rouncy is the horse that you normally ride. The charger is what you ride in battle. It's combat trained and everything. And it's considered a special horse. So can everyone roll me a d20 for their charger? All right. All the chargers survived this year. That's good.
Oh, jeez.
The horse dies on a 1. If the horse had taken damage, then the d20 is subtracted by 1. So, like, Luke's horse would have died. But
Oh.
so the next is training and practice. And so this is where you get to decide how you want your character to grow. And this is you have basically let's see, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different options. Option 1, you can change a personality trait. So you can increase one of you can increase one of your personality traits by 1. That's one option. You don't get to do all of these. That's one of them. The second is you can add or subtract 1 from a passion. The third is you can add 1 point to any characteristic. Strength, dex, con, app. Size can be changed only till you're 20. Only till you're 23, I think. It's not matter. So this is one of the few times you can change size without there being a drawback. If you're 23 and older and you increase your size, then you start to get fat, which is actually a sign of wealth in this time period. So you can change one of your characteristics, add one there. The next is training skills. You can you have 6 points to utilize across all your skills, but you cannot train any skill up above 15 with those 6 points. Like you can put all 6 in 1, like awareness, or you can put 6 in 1 in 6 different ones or whatever, but none of them can go above 15 this way. And the last one is any skill that's at least 15, you can add 1 point to. So recap: personality trait, passion, characteristics, 6 up to 15, or 1 15 and above in skills.
I'm going to take 6 points in skills to awareness, intrigue, and recognize.
So 2 in each.
Yep.
Okay.
I think considering how many times we had to choose awareness, and she has a 5, I might actually bump the whole lot up to 11. She's learnt to be a lot more alert to things going on. Is that okay if I do that?
Absolutely. This is your night, or your dame in this case.
Yep. She's learned to keep her eyes peeled a bit better and stop looking up at the ceiling.
Yeah, I'm gonna do 6 into the skills as well.
Okay.
2 for awareness, 2 for intrigue, and 2 for flirting because,
That
that's
smile didn't
I
pay
have to
off the
prepare
first
myself.
time, yeah, court's going to be rough.
Yeah, we're gonna be in court. I've got I'm already getting up there in my years at the ripe old age of 25.
Oh yeah, you got to think about getting married, getting an heir.
Yeah, I know who I'm going to marry, and it's going to be Lady Mercedes of the White Tower.
Oh.
Oh, you have a. Do you have a love or a adoration?
It's an adoration. We haven't met formally, but I have seen her, and that counts for something.
So this is when
Yes.
stalking was cool and okay.
Well,
It's not so much stalking as admiring, a piece of art far away. I'm sure, like how people feel about the Mona Lisa.
Right.
It's Man of La Mancha, Impossible Dream. To love, pure and chaste from afar. So, and that's what adoration is in the world of King Arthur. It is that knightly. This is the lady that I dedicate my glory to, my wins to. I seek to get her attention and do things in her honor, and things like that. And there's not necessarily a expectation that anything's ever going to come of that. In fact, it's when things do come of that shit goes wrong. See Uther and Igraine. See Lancelot and Guinevere. It's when you start acting on that things have a problem. And in fact, if you do if you do end up marrying her, that adoration will go from adoration and it'll switch to love. So it switches court, and I think Sir Ivain is on his way to becoming a one an adoration knight or whatever. It's like they're knightly types that we didn't really have a chance to get into. There's like religious knights, there's chivalric knights, and the romantic knight is what I'm looking for. There's knights that are on table and how you get into there and things like that. But that's kind of beyond where we need to go today. And then we need to talk about how much glory did we get this year. So I kind of have been going a little bit through the glory as you go on, but so you did save the sword, so that's 63 glory each. You witnessed Arthur's coronation, so that is another 100 glory. Yeah. So there is that. So witnessing great events gets things. We talked about, I've given out the glory for having killed the Picts and everything. There was more glory if we'd gotten to the Battle of Carleon, but we didn't. So maybe next time, whatever. So now you've got your session glory from today, and then we also need to get your passive glory. So passive glory comes from your lands. It comes from your passions and from your uh, why can I not think? Traits. So if you are famously passionate or have a famous trait like lustful or whatever, you get 15 points of passive glory for each one that you have that you're famous for.
B for me.
Does this go into session glory?
No, this would this will actually be passive glory.
Passive glory. Okay.
Yeah, on the second page of the character sheet. Let me pull Dame Linnell up so I can see this as we're going along. So you've got like born, squired, knight landed, passive glory. So ideals. This is where you put the 15 points per. No, I'm lying. Ideals is if you are one of the ideal knights, chivalrous, whatever. Fair appeal. What's everyone's appeal score?
And
15.
I am 12.
10.
Right. So. Oh. 6. So with a fair appeal, you will get an additional 10 points of glory each year. You are known for how handsome you are.
And what score do we need for that?
Trying to figure that out, but I know it's higher than 12.
I think one of us had 15.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
the 15 would get the 10
Yeah,
points.
that'll be me with my broad shoulders, kind eyes, and a smooth complexion.
Exactly.
It's like Gaston.
You don't have. Then you've got the traits and passions that you got there, and the estate glory if you had estates. So now add up all the glory you awarded this year and your passive glory to your starting glory. Back on the front page. So you've got like current glory underneath the characteristics. It's in the light gray. Like Dame Linnell only had 975 current glory starting this out. I think some of you had over 2,200. Cadwallon probably didn't have that much.
We all got a base 400 for the events that we saw or were involved in. Is that right? A 300 and a 100. Does that sound right?
I
Maybe
thought
I
it was.
think that's just Cadwallon for getting knighted.
United, I think.
Yeah,
So we've
Cadwallon got like 1,300 for getting knighted and everything. Like
So we got 100 for being there.
so.
So I'm not seeing the glory other than the session glory on the first page. Am I just missing it?
It's
underneath
the
characteristics,
characteristics.
it's like the fourth one down on the
glory.
right.
Yep, there it is.
So it was glory for each pick slain, and then we split 250 glory 4 ways, so that was 63 each. 100 glory for witnessing Arx's coronation, another 100 for witnessing his coronation Carleon, which you didn't get, so 163. 193 for no, that's not it either. Household Knight or other, so that's another 100, so 263. So yeah, about 263 each plus whatever you got for the picks.
And I had 10 from something earlier. It might have been a crit on one of my hits in the original battle. So
no, I think you got 10 for because you were one of the first ones into the courtyard. The crit on the horsemanship to get to the courtyard
Okay.
to witness Arthur pulling the sword from the stone. Okay, so whose glory crossed a 1K, crossed a 1,000 threshold? So went from 2,000 to 3,000, or less than 1,000 to over 1,000, or from 1,000 to 2,000. If you went from 1,100 to 1,900, that doesn't count. But if you went from 1,900 to 2,100, that does count.
Cadwallon did.
Okay. Anyone else?
No.
Nope.
Okay. So whenever that happens, whenever you cross into the next layer up of the next 1,000, you get a prestige reward. And with the prestige reward, you get to do a couple of things. Decrepitude, maidens in waiting, tragedy. Oh, we forgot to do that, but that's fine. There's a you also roll on family survival to see if your parents died or anything. Getting fat procedure reward. Here we go. You can raise any statistics by 1 point. And this would not cause you to get fat if you add it to your size. And then all of your it would so you can definitely and then all the drive things that come off of that would also be increased by that same thing.
That's like hit points and knockdown and everything if it's size.
Yeah.
Yep, that's what I'll do.
So hit points is size and constitution. Knockdown is size, things like that. Your damage bonus is size and strength, but it's size and strength divided by 6. Another thing you could do is you could lower one passion by 1 point, and the final two.
Oh, did I lose Reese?
Oh.
I heard the final two and then left me hanging.
Yep.
Long pause for dramatic effect.
I'm on the edge of my seat.
No.
Oh, there you are. We lost you for
Female.
a minute.
Oh.
So everything you just said, we didn't hear.
You
Damn it.
So there was I could raise a one of my attributes, or I could lower a passion, and then you said
Right.
there's 2 other things, and then that's where it stopped.
Okay. There are 2 things you can do. You can either guarantee for yourself an heir of the that's healthy and of the gender you prefer, or you can guarantee for another player knight either a conception or the gender or healthy.
I'm going to be selfish and take my size increase as I'm working to get swole.
Sounds good. And so, like I said, the Battle of Corleone, which is the last half of this first year of this adventure, is a 2-day battle. And so we weren't going to have time to do it. I didn't want to cheap it out. But this adventure gets offered at conventions and things, and most of the time I see this offered. They don't go beyond the pulling of the sword from the stone.
Oh wow!
So, well, there's a lot of overhead at the beginning to get people to learn how to play and choose characters and things like that. So it takes some time.
So I'm doing that convention this weekend, and my kids are playing this adventure on Saturday. So I'm excited to have gone through it first, and then we can compare notes.
Yes. Well, if the DM does a better job there, lie to me. But I do hope you guys had a good time. And if this is something, Brandon, if you wanted to run this, um, I would play. Or if
If you
this is
run
something
this, I
that,
would play too.
well, this is something that if you guys want to continue with this, I'm happy to run it as long as I don't butt heads with anyone else's. This is not my channel. This is not my Discord server, so I don't want to. I don't want to do anything to
Oh, you
take away from
as far as I'm concerned, you're more than welcome to. I have wanted to run this, but I haven't. I think I've installed the module on Foundry, but I haven't even looked at it. So I'm kind of waiting until the Game Master Guide comes out next month, which hopefully is going to be here in just a couple of weeks. But I've got so much stuff scheduled. It's going to be at least summer at the earliest that I would run it. So probably looking
Well,
fall anyway. So I had fun playing in this. I don't get to play in a lot of games, so it was fun, and I've wanted to play this for years. So
I have a lot of Wednesdays free, so I'll put like a poll or something in this channel if people want to continue or whatever. If you don't, that's fine. You're not going to hurt my feelings much. But but if we have interest, and the thing about Pendragon is it does scale, as you saw in a lot of the battles and everything. There's so many enemies per player night, and so if we have 5, there's more. If we have 4, there's it scales that way. There are what happens when a player misses. You've got those solo adventures and everything, so that's a pretty good mechanic and everything. So I'll let you guys digest all this, see if you liked it. Like I've run in my home game, I've spent an entire 4-hour session as the GM, keeper, whatever they're called here, storyteller. I never rolled a die. It was we just did a whole session of we did some travel, we did some interacting with NPCs. I did a session of a feast. Now I don't know what they're going to do with feasts in the new one, but there's a lot of backward compatibility, and I have the Book of Feasts, which is kind of like a battle. On a big feast, there might be like 5 rounds of feasting. There's a whole game as to where you're seated, whether you're above the salt or below the salt or whatever, or at the head table, or if they left your name off the guest registry and you're sitting with the squires and the pigs and everything. And then I've got a physical deck that I can import in here of 155 different feast cards. So each round, as long as you're not above at the head table, you can draw cards, or you can flirt, or you can drink, or you can do intrigue, or you can game. You can do all these different things, and it's just kind of a free flow. What's all going on and everything. It's kind of cool. You can meet a future bride or husband. I won a horse in a gambling competition there. But like I said, it's a game within a game, and there's something called geniality, and depending on where you're sitting, and what's happening, you gain and lose geniality throughout the feast, and whichever player night has the most geniality at the end of the feast gets a bonus to basically wins the feast and gets a bonus to that. So it's not just through combat that you gain glory. It's not just through seeing major things that you gain glory, but that's the primary way that you get it. You also gain glory for attending feasts. You gain glory when your passions drive you mad. You gain glory when you slay a massive enemy, or do something very heroic. So there's a lot of ways to gain glory. Just being at some battles are important enough to gain you some glory.
Now you can have really low honor, but still a lot of glory. Like if you're a bad knight, you do misdeeds. Is that correct?
Yeah. Your honor and glory are different things. Now, if your honor ever drops below 5, you're no longer a knight.
Yeah.
But and also, if anyone is interested in creating a character, as a player myself, the most fun I have is character creation because it gives me an idea of how the game works and everything. Just PM me and I can set up a time for us to create your own night if you'd like. It's a fun system. It starts with your parents. Um, it's not quite RuneQuest. It starts with your grandparents.
And what battles they fought in.
Yeah. And one of the big differences between the fifth edition and sixth edition is the fifth edition has the Book of Sires, which starts way. I mean, it goes back a ways, and like every year, this is what your parents did, and then you inherit like all the glory from them, and it's more in depth than the quick glory generator in the sixth edition, and there's a gap. Like fifth edition starts about a generation before sixth edition starts. So fifth edition is more the death of Aurelius and the rise of Uther. That's where it picks up. Whereas sixth edition is the Boy King era where it picks up. But I have this, and I have the Grey Knight. I've got them all on Roll20. If we're interested, I'll pick them up on Foundry, because in Foundry, it works a lot better. In the winter phase, I just click a button that says winter phase, and we just go step by step down through. You don't do rolls. You just click a button, and it does all the rolls for you.
Oh, nice. That's like Call of Cthulhu on Foundry. You do the development mode, and it just does all your improvement rolls at once.
Yeah. So I need to learn Foundry, but again, thank you so much for spending some of your Wednesday evening or Thursday afternoon with me. And if there's interest in going forward, this is a good time slot for me. Otherwise, I'm sure I'll see you in Dragonbane sometime.
Absolutely. Not this weekend, but next weekend we'll be resuming operations, assuming I survive the con. We'll see how that goes. I may be sick as a dog for next weekend, but hopefully we do well. Thank you so much, Rees. This was a blast. I've been wanting to play this forever, and I appreciate you running it for us. And this was fun. This was definitely something that I like. I inadvertently took a year of medieval history in college. I took like early medieval history, and the first day the teacher's like, well, who took this class because they like D&D? I started to raise my hand and no one else did, so I put my hand down. I'm like, oh shit, I'm in the wrong class. She's like, yeah, this isn't like D&D at all. We're going to talk about like real history. I'm like, oh man. And so then I took high medieval history as well and hated that even more. But this was more the period that I liked. I was hoping to hit more on like the fall of Rome, but it started like the first lecture was okay. So the fall of Rome. Let's talk about what happens next. And I was like, damn it, got the wrong class.
Well, I mean, if you like that, I mean, I do have the fifth edition version of the Great Pendragon campaign. That takes about 100 sessions.
Oh, that would be fantastic! Yeah, I think they're going to redo that for the sixth edition. I think that was the plan. I don't think they're redoing the books. I think the books will stay backwards compatible.
I think they want to, but I don't. Again, because they kicked this off during the boy era. I mean,
right?
I'm 20 sessions into the Great Pendragon campaign, and the last thing we did was help Merlin steal Uther's boy.
Yeah, so you're still a generation away.
Yeah. Spoilers for those of you that don't know.
Yeah. Go watch Excalibur. Find out what you can do in plate mail armor without taking it off. Oh,
it's got a chafe, man. I
know. It's like you should take the armor off at some point, sir.
Yeah, and with is that she's really famous. She was like the Queen of Thorns too, that played Madonna.
Can't think of her name.
I can see her, but oh come on, Maggie Smith.
Yes. Yep. Yeah, that just passed away recently.
Yeah, but people who know her better as
McGonagall or something.
McGonagall. It's like no. She was a young witch at one point.
Well, it's like Patrick Stewart. Like he was bald back then.
Yeah. Or everyone who knows Jessica Lange, from Murder She Wrote.
Oh, Angela
But
Or
Lansbury.
American Horror Story.
Angela Lansbury know her from Murder She Wrote, but none of them know her from um,
Beauty and the Beast or whatever.
no, the Manchurian Candidate.
Oh, yeah, you're going way back.
Yeah, like the original Manchurian Candidate,
Yeah, is that
where,
Sinatra?
where she was, yeah, where she was evil as all evil.
Yep.
All right, thanks, guys.
Awesome. Thanks, Reese. Appreciate
Yeah,
it.
thank
Hey,
you. That's really
Yeah.
great.
surprise! I recorded us. I think everybody sort of figured that. So I'm going to post the video if you guys are okay, and I'll send a link to it.
Yeah,
Sounds
please.
good.
That was good.
I had
Awesome.
a question. Sorry,
Yeah.
before we disperse. It's what kind of obviously seems like this game obviously allows for you to play your same character for a long time because you're kind of like going through these winters and building up like estates and family, I guess. What's kind of, and then is it just if you, I mean, freak accident, get critted in a battle and your knight just dies, you just start over from, I guess, like a starter?
So,
Would you kind of scale up? I'm assuming that you're in like a group or something.
so Dame um oh, I named her after the unicorn in the last unicorn. My brain just shot. Dame Amalthea uh definitely had some issues with anger. And one night while in Uther's camp, while we were camped outside the Duke of Cornwall's castle, we were surprised. She got up, charged a young knight with nothing more than just her great axe, and that young knight cut her in half. Now, Dame Amalthea's oldest child is only about 8 years old right now, and so it can't really. And so she just got paged. However, one of her squires that had done a really good job, Ashley, was knighted just a couple years before, and so I picked up playing Ashley. Now this puts me behind the eight ball in some ways, in that that the other knights have more glory than me. There's something called a glory roll at the beginning of battles, and that kind of determines who's going to be the leader of the Kanwa. But it's very hard to get because the roll is like your glory divided by 1,000. And so generally the default is who's got the most glory, and they get to be the leader. So you have a very small chance of becoming the leader, but mostly not. So that puts me behind the eight ball. But all those other knights are also 7, 8 years older than I am, and so they're getting into decrepitude and obsolescence, things like that. Their kids are still a ways from going, so there's going to be a time where it all just kind of rotates through. As their knights are in decline, Dame Ashley's going to be coming up. As they retire and their kids take over, Dame Ashley's going to be more established, and she'll be like the leader and everything. Like the Great Pendragon campaign is over 80 years. And so, you don't have a 101-year-old knight going out doing that. So, if you don't have like that built-in transition, I just happen to have that transition for two reasons. One, I get a squire with a really good squire skill. And two, I like making characters, so I just happen to have her floating around. If you don't have that, then your knight can have like a younger brother or sister, and they would take over for you. While you wait for the heirs of the original knight to, if he or she had any, to come. So you always have, a brother, a cousin, or whatever that can take over. We in another game I'm in, and this is more than just knights on horsebacks. This isn't a Knight's Tale. It's Arthurian legend and everything. So in another game I'm in, we rescued a knight from my parents' time from the Fae. She was captured by the Fae and had been captured by them for 20 some odd years, and she came back into the world with us when my knight in that game bargained with the Fae and set them all free. And now in that game, my knight has to report to Merlin anytime the Fae King that I bargained with has a job for me to do. So this isn't just. I don't want you to think this is just mundane. There is magic. It's not on the player character side. There are fae. There's all kinds of things, and even in this first starter set, um, like the second adventure is more fae heavy. It has both discussions about going to see foreign kings and diplomatic missions, but also it has some fae implications. So there's a lot, and I don't want to like overwhelm people, but the replacement is. What do you want the replacement to be? How do we get them in there? And it's my job to work with you to do that.
Oh, it's pretty interesting. Yeah, I was never really played a. I don't know what this type of game would be kind of considered, but
A legacy game or something.
yeah.
If you never played like a West Marches campaign, or like a long campaign where you hand down your armor to your offspring or your younger brother, or you take up the mantle to avenge a player character or whatever. With Since Luke's here, just to let you know, Brandon, when Amalthea got back from training, she did track down Florian,
Nice.
and then knocked him out, and then put him in full plate armor, and then cut his tongue out, and then buried him underground. Because the way I figure it, if he's a lich, he doesn't need to eat or breathe,
Yep.
uh, and he won't die of old age.
Nope.
So we'll just so in the plate armor he can't cast spells, and he can't cast spells without his tongue. So he'll just be spending eternity underground somewhere.
Nice.
Genius.
Oh, I forgot to kill Luke's character for the Florian betrayal. Anyway, but yeah, what's cool is in Arthurian legend, you have Percival is the son of Lancelot. And while Lancelot was a great knight, Percival was more devout, and that's why Percival got to see the Grail and Lancelot didn't, and things like that. Um, you have, Uther Pendragon becoming smitten by Igraine, and there's mechanics in this too, where the first time you see someone, you might generate, like your new character has, you might generate a adoration for them, that where it's just this person has got your attention type thing, and you can, and I mean, it's called involuntary adoration. You can also generate hates, or suspicions, things like that. But you can, so Aurelius, the older brother of Uther Pendragon, was poisoned and died. He was the last High King. Uther tried many times to become High King, but was never given the mantle. And as he fought the Saxons and everything, Cornwall very rarely sent his troops. Eventually, Uther gathered his army and marched on Cornwall. And as shown in Excalibur, Merlin brokered a deal, and the two buried the hatchet. But when they buried the hatchet, that was the first time that Uther ever got to see Igraine, and he became smitten by her. And then things, and then we have Arthur, his son, by Igraine, and we have Morgana. You have Mordred, Arthur's son. You have Lancelot and his betrayal with Guinevere, and what did that. But I mean, we're talking generations of story, and then you have, after the Battle of Baden Hill, when Arthur is back at the ground and his kingdom is collapsing, and the things that are going on there. You still have people actively trying to keep Camelot and the dream of it alive, even after Arthur dies. So it is a multi-generational game. that is supposed to be a long saga.
Yeah, really cool. Very interesting. Thank you again for running the session. It's been very fun.
Good. Glad you had a good time.
Yeah, thanks
I'm
a lot,
gonna... Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
Good night, everyone.
Reese. Good night,
All right.
Madeline. We'll see you next time.
Take care.